Hey, everybody. This is a little bit of a different kind of class where, we do practices, but we talk a little bit more, and we also kind of take questions from you that's specific to the topic. And so, right off the bat, I'd like us to drop down to page 12. Um, this needs to be changed to C, not E.
Okay,
Symptoms of stress.
I'll make it now.
Yeah. And so we're at the top of page 12, where it says symptoms of stressed and vagal impaired digestive system. And I don't know, there's about 25 or 27, 28 different topics here that has the definition, the symptoms, like the things to look for, and then also the treatment. And so, we're not going to go through it blow by blow, but one of the things that I thought might be nice is we spend a little bit of time taking questions from you, like conditions that has to do with the digestive tract, and then how to treat, and we'll utilize this aspect to go through and treat. So, if you don't mind talking about your digestive issues and want a little bit of help with that, and we can talk it out, and everybody can learn as we go along. Let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and open it up, and let's do questions. Questions about specific things you want to address in your digestive system, or, you know, people like Robert or something might be treating people and he might have questions about people that he's treating. So, not just Robert, anybody can do that, but I'm just using him as an example.
And then what segment? It says
It says E, but
okay.
it should be C.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just our numbers might be a little
I'm on the latest booklet she
okay.
gave me. Yeah. Okay.
And so if you guys have any digestive questions for yourself, you can type it into the chat here, or you can raise your hand and we'll get you taken care of that way. And when you raise your hand, if you're new to the Zoom thing, there's a button that says react. You press that, and then there's a button that says raise hand. Yeah, go ahead, Heather.
Hey, Heather.
I think I pressed it. Let's get you unmuted.
There. Good
Yep.
morning.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. I went through last night the PDF booklet, and so I noticed some things about um, gas and whatnot from like eating fruits and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So like in the afternoons, maybe just last couple of weeks, I've been eating more fruit as a snack in the afternoon.
Okay.
But then, boy, do I have some pain and
Right.
everything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yes,
I mean
number
that's
one,
the thing with gas is we just think of it as like, oh, I have a little bit of gas, but it can cause like bloating and it could
yeah,
cause like pain.
right.
It actually could be very uncomfortable. And I've seen it actually go to the point where it's caused like back pain, back pain and a
Mm,
little bit of chest pain.
yeah. So, of course you could say, well, just don't eat the fruit, but that's
Well,
ridiculous. So
yeah,
I
like
want to eat the fruit, but then is
exactly.
it best to take one of those oils?
Yeah, like let me get down to the gas thing and all.
Yep. I'll get there too.
But that's the thing too is it could be other things than gas. So, uh,
Right. Because
uh,
otherwise I have no issues, but I am paying close attention to, oh, I just had some fruit, or I think even like cashews.
cashews, and there's even a thing where like some of the sweeteners, like xylitol, uh,
Oh,
it's in some things that where they try to reduce sugar intake, and it's actually a very good kind of substitute, but it does produce like really bad gas, and so here we have the oils: cardamom, coriander,
right.
cumin, um, fennel, ginger. lovage leaf and root, nutmeg, petitgrain, and tangerine. And so I would say probably your best bet is to do like maybe ginger. Like start with
Hmm.
ginger, take a few drops like a couple of times a day. You don't necessarily have to do it right after you've eaten the fruit, but like if you just kind of do a little bit of maintenance with that, um,
Right.
it can shift that, it can change that. And, sometimes it's like a little bit of treatment and you just don't need it for a while. And there might be times where you might need to do it for 30 days or 60 days or something, but then after that, you'll probably be good, but you might need to do a little bit of tune up from time to time. And, I would say that everybody always has a potential for this, but like using like ginger in your food and, not necessarily the essential oil, but, you add a little bit of ginger here or there. I mean, it could
Hmm.
be other things too, coriander, cardamom. Fennel is another great one to do. Um, I find that probably out of all of them, ginger works the best, at least for me. But I think that like if you go through and treat this, you'll notice that most of us have like way more gas built up in our system than we realize. And so doing this, your digestion will improve, but you'll notice that like your body feels a little better, you breathe a little better, the tension off the chest and off the back is a little bit better. And I'm not saying all back pain is gas, but if you already have like a predisposed maybe bad back or mid back area, low back area, the buildup of gas does make it worse. It does make it worse. In fact, I was just treating somebody where it had built up and it was like in the lower abdominal area to the point where they weren't really urinating very much. And
Hmm.
it just put so much pressure on the kidneys and bladder and everything that you would think of it as a like a kidney issue or a bladder issue. But once we went through and kind of treated that and the gas, was reduced, kidney function improved. And so it is this thing where it puts a lot of pressure on wherever it's kind of stuck or trapped or built up. And for us to be healthy, I mean, that is an issue. The other thing you can do, like with this, is to get it out. Like sometimes you know, you use the oils and everything. But like if you really feel it's built up, is where you do the thing where you lay on your back and you bring your knees up as high as you can, and then you basically pass it out. That can be helpful too if you feel that it's really built up. But a lot of times we're just like kind of managing the gas that might be happening like when you're out and about, and the ginger
Hmm.
will reduce that, you know. The only thing that I would say about nutmeg, if you were going to use nutmeg for this treatment, is taking it for a bit of time. Nutmeg does start to cause you to retain a little bit of fluid. So it could be used, but I would use that like sparingly. But everything else, I mean, I would go for.
Okay, because in that's another question I had about the nutmeg, because I thought I heard once it's best not to take that internally if you
I
don't
would
have
use
to.
it just like real sparingly. I
Yeah.
wouldn't use it a lot. Yeah.
Okay. The mention of ginger, you said like you can use it in foods and whatnot aside from essential oils,
Hmm.
like powdered ginger. Does it
Yeah,
sound like
powdered
a good
ginger,
idea?
fresh ginger, sliced ginger. They have that
Right.
pickled ginger, any version of that.
Does this sound like a good idea? Is like I eat yogurt in the mornings for breakfast, but I have powdered ginger. Like, is that ridiculous to throw into yogurt?
I
That way
mean,
you
if
get
it
it?
worked for you taste wise, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have put those two things together, but like, sometimes that stuff works.
Right,
So
no,
like
I
if
see the
it
look
works
on your
for you,
face. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think, how can I get this powdered ginger? I've had it forever.
right.
Don't
Yeah.
know what to
Like
do
how
with
you
it.
have any ideas of like how she could use the I mean,
I mean,
we just do ginger shots a lot of
that's what I would
times.
do, honestly. I would
Yeah.
just,
Oh, just in water?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
stir
like
it
mix
and
it in
then you get
water
anything to
and
do.
like, she
Oh.
makes that ginger tonic with vinegar and like sometimes we just take the
Mm,
ginger shots and so,
okay.
the apple cider vinegar is good for you as well. So,
Oh, okay. Thank
yeah.
you. Yeah, I can get it that way.
That's actually a
But
good idea,
Yeah.
even just putting the powder in with the
Yeah.
apple cider vinegar,
Yeah.
raw apple cider vinegar, that could be kind of the one
Yeah.
thing.
okay.
Yeah.
That'll be lovely.
Yeah.
And then you chase it with water.
Yeah,
Of
definitely
course.
chase it with water. Because like
Yes.
when she makes it, we bought this like special like ginger CO2. So she does like a herbal extraction and then we put the ginger CO2 in it and it's got a quite the ginger punch. And so usually
Yeah.
when we shoot it, we'll chase it with water for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. A full glass.
Yeah.
Uh, so then just kind of to do the 2 drops of water 1 or 2 times a day just to see if it has an improvement, and most likely it will. So then eventually I can just kind of lay off using the drops in water of like ginger.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's like a forever thing. I think
Right.
treat it for a while and it'll be better, but then at some point you'll probably need to tune it up again.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
it will
Okay.
improve. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think that was all I had for now. Thank you
Okay.
so much, Greg.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Let us know how that goes.
Okay, will do.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Good morning. I had 2 questions. The first was on coriander. Can you take that in water? Can you take that internally?
Yes.
Um, and it's good for the liver too, a little bit.
Yeah, any of the digestive oils would be a little bit good for the liver. I mean, it wouldn't be one of my top choices for the liver, but like it definitely could help.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you trying to address?
Well, I think it was from last week's class. I just kind of have wondered about coriander and
Mhm.
because it's kind of come up a few times, but maybe when we get to the liver portion, things will
Yeah.
clear up. Okay.
The thing that it's also good for is like a bit of inflammation and a bit of like spasms, but where there's pain involved. Like when something's inflamed and there's pain, coriander can be a bit helpful for that. Probably more topically than internally, but coriander is very good for the digestive tract. And the other thing that's interesting about coriander is it does help to pull heavy metals out of the body, and help the body process them. So it is kind of used in certain kinds of detox.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I
Yeah.
think that was kind of what I was thinking about that you hit on was the heavy
Yeah.
metal part.
Yeah.
The second part was, would you address anything on parasites?
Yeah. So probably the best part to deal with parasites would be clove oil. I think I put parasites in here, didn't I?
Amoebas.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Are we looking at parasites?
Yeah.
And I just kind of want to let everybody know we are getting all this information up on the website, so
Yeah.
it'll be searchable there. And I'm even gonna put just this PDF.
Yeah, I didn't put parasites in here.
Yeah, I only have it under, I have it in a couple things, but not directly.
So the thing with parasites is I would use clove oil. The other thing that works incredibly well is a tincture of wormwood. You could use wormwood capsules. Don't use the essential oil wormwood for this. Like the essential oil wormwood is too potent to take internally, but the tincture or the herbs are fine. And so the use of the tincture of wormwood is very, very good for parasites. And a lot of times in formulas that are for parasites, they'll put wormwood, black walnut, and clove. And clove works really well for it. I mean, cinnamon could work as well. I find that I get better results with clove. But a lot of times when somebody has parasites, there's usually loose bowel movements or diarrhea associated with it. And the cinnamon I use more when the diarrhea is present, because cinnamon is really good for reducing diarrhea. And it will also help with the reduction of the parasites. So you might even do a little bit of the cinnamon and clove together. And there's that blend liberation that has a lot of cinnamon, a lot of clove in it, and you could use that as well. So that, and then excuse me, my morning sneezes. Thank you. The tincture of wormwood is like something that when I used to fly every weekend, I always had a tincture of wormwood just because, like, you're eating weird foods, you're in weird places, you never know. And so, um, like any sort of diarrhea issue, wormwood and cinnamon are good, but when there's parasites, the wormwood is really good go-to. We have it. I don't know that we've put it on the site.
No,
Yeah,
just let me know. It's
yeah,
on the
yeah.
site.
We can put it on the site if you want. But uh
Thank you for that. I just wanted to have some, I kind of felt like it kind of went with, the intestines in a way.
yeah,
So,
totally.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when we were putting this booklet together, it was so tedious. I'm going through, there's all kinds of things I forgot. Like I'd worked on this for a while and I was like, I could have worked on this another 3 months. So I'm making a list of things I need to add to this.
Well, and
we're
we
going,
have
as we,
dysentery too.
Yeah, dysentery would kind of fall, it's not exactly it, but treatment would be very similar. And
sure,
so,
sure. Thank you so much because it'll be helpful for people that are traveling this summer. So,
yeah,
without doing this whole class, thank you very much.
you're so welcome. Yeah,
Yeah. Do you want me to make a note of it?
no, I
Or
just
you
did.
already did? Okay. And then go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi, I really appreciated the class yesterday and I needed it.
Oh, good.
I slept through portions of it, so there was something deeper going on.
Well, I think that there are some issues where we get poor sleep where it's just tension in the gut. It's not something we're aware of, but tension in the gut can cause anxiety, it can cause us insomnia, it can cause all kinds of things, and we're not aware that that tension is there, because it's the nervous system being sympathetic nerve dominant. And so, that's one of the manifestations is it's like your gut like kind of clenches up, but we don't have sensory nerves there, so we don't know. So then you lay down and you go, okay, well, time to go to bed. And there's part of you that is not relaxing. And for us to fall asleep, the muscles have to relax. And so we think of skeletal muscle, but it's also the cardiac muscle and it's also the digestive tract, respiratory tract, urinary tract, all of those things. And so when they don't relax, we kind of don't sleep.
Mhm. Yeah, totally. So two clarifying points.
Mm-hmm.
After yesterday, I ate dinner and I had just a terrible gut ache. And
Is that normal for you or not?
no, it's not, but it could have been something I ate. And then I had a red spot show up on my chest, upper chest, about a quarter of an inch. It had a whiter circular pink and then a darker red center. And it didn't itch. And today it's really itching. And so I wonder if
That
that's
almost sounds like a hive. Let me look that up.
well, I wanted you to check in and see anything that could help me on that and if it's
Sure.
connected to the gut.
Let me look something up here. Is it scaly at all, or is it just the skin's normal and
It's not scaly, it is raised in the center. And it just started, so there may be a processing
right?
through, of course.
And is it like what's the shape of it?
It's round.
Do you have any animals?
A cat and a dog.
I wonder if it's ringworm. Could it
Hmm.
could it be possible? They don't have any issue like with their skin or anything like that.
Not that we know of, or
Okay.
they're not scratching or anything. But if it is, and you can let me know if that's what you're getting, what would I use? What oils?
I'm more exploring right now.
Okay.
Um, what kind of food did you have last night?
I had a piece of sourdough bread, piece of cheese, some red lentils, and some fresh Swiss chard and kale combined.
Okay. So, I mean, that's not probably anything you would have an allergic reaction to. I mean, the other thing, like I go back to the issue at first is a little bit of like a hive of some sort. Um, and how are your allergies right now? Do you have bad allergies or anything like that going on?
Not that I know of or I'm aware of. I did lose my voice Friday night. Oh, and interestingly enough, it came back solid after the throat's
For
timing.
the throat stuff?
Yeah.
Hmm. You said it was kind of pink and red.
Yeah, it was red in the center, really big circle of red in the center last night. The center now is smaller and the pink is bigger.
I think I'm gonna go with hives. Like it sounds like hives. Like when I look at it, it kind of looks like hives. Um, what did you have for lunch?
Hmm. Well, I didn't have lunch.
Okay, but like no shellfish or anything.
No, no.
And what oils? I don't think it's the oils. Like it's kind of hard to have an allergic reaction with oils, but I mean, let's not rule anything out. Like what oils did you use yesterday?
Vetiver, tarragon, the ANS support, Bicopa. Those are the ones. Oh, and fennel.
And what's stress levels like right now? Are you under a lot of stress, or is there a
I
situation?
I'm coming out of stress, and I have a history around digestive issues. Like, and that was my second question. I wonder if things have been stirred up because I was colicky for the first 3 months of life
Mhm.
and cried day and night, and that was um had I guess I hear stories of a lot of problems, and they discovered when they that the water in Wyoming that I was on for formula was a problem. They had to buy water, get spring water because there was something in the water. And after they did that, I stopped crying. So there's tissue memory, maybe,
Yeah.
like massively disrupted from the very beginning. And I grew up outside the United States for 10 years.
Where at?
Peru and Colombia, for
Okay.
ages 4 to 14.
Well, I would say, it's common when there's digestive stuff going on that it can cause, issues in the skin, and issues in the skin can cause digestive issues.
Okay.
And so, I still want to lean a little bit more towards, maybe some sort of allergy to something. I'm not sure what. Um, Usually with something like that, it would be something that was ingested. But I mean, it could be still things in the air, things, high levels of stress could do it, but it sounds like that's calming down. Does it feel your body has calmed down a bit after all the stress?
I think so. I
Yeah.
mean, portions of last night I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
So I think it's in the process of calming.
Like when I look at your digestive tract, there is a lot of tension, but I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't necessarily say allergies.
Okay.
Um,
Is it parasite?
I don't think it's a parasite. I mean, I think the tension in the gut is definitely causing some sleep disturbances. It could just be that your body's a little bit hyper reactive. Uh, which is another way of saying allergies. The
Mhm.
body can be maybe not even allergies, but just like in a hyper reactive state. And if I look back, the tension in the gut was much more substantial before we did stuff yesterday. So I mean, that's moving in the right direction. I would do some more of what we did yesterday. Did
Okay.
like the vetiver is probably a good one for you to do. Like the just like calming down, like cortisol and
Yeah.
all of that. Um,
That's the one I went to sleep on yesterday. And
yeah.
yeah,
And do you happen to have some form of geranium?
I do.
Yeah, why don't you use some geranium and do like kind of that pattern that we were doing yesterday where it was front solar, back solar, navel, basic, and then just feeling something in the gut.
Okay.
Um, Let's stick with breathing patterns for you right now, just because, if that is a hive, your body can be hypersensitive, hyperreactive, and let's just do it through breathing rather than having you take something internal.
Okay.
And just like see if we can just keep calming the body down. And so even if you want to do it a little bit of that geranium today, like while we're kind of talking and stuff, and then let's check back in with you. And, I think if we just calm the gut down a little bit, it might calm down the hyperreactivity. And
Okay.
the exposure to the water, it makes me wonder if do you know what was in the water?
They don't know what was in
Okay, but
there.
something was just up with the water.
They just know that I quit crying at 3 months when they changed the water.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
when they bought bottled water.
And do you ever have issues with candida or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's probably what we're looking at. So first, let's just take some tension down. And then if you go to, let me find it here. The candida, a good one to use for candida is cinnamon.
Okay.
Uh, let me get to it here real quick.
We have 5 Candida on page 30.
30. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we have cinnamon and geranium, palmarosa, savory, and tea tree. And then the fungal support, intestinal detox, and support. I'd say let's start really simple. You're using the geranium. Let's start you with the geranium, doing inhalations, and as the body calms down, let's have you start doing a little bit of geranium internal. And then as it kind of calms down, then I would say let's even go a little deeper with cinnamon, like a few drops in water, like it says here, two to 3 drops in water daily. And that should really knock down the candida. And the candida is probably what's causing the hypersensitivity or the hyperreactivity. The thing with the water is, when you were young, it could have had like a mold in it or something like that, and then caused a little bit of an overgrowth. And then you started drinking normal water and you were fine, but the body still always had that struggle. I mean, it could be other things in there. When I lived in Santa Fe, I was using tap water. Like I had these 2 little dogs, and when I would put the tap water in there, it was like had like a lot of like heavy minerals, like it was hard water, and the dogs would not drink the water. Like they'd put their nose to it and then turn their head, and they were like, nope. And so I kind of did the same thing where I put bottled water and they would lap it up. And so it could have even just been like that it was really super hard water or something. And so, but still, that's a stress on a newborn. That's a little bit of a stress that you went through. And
Mhm.
so, you know, we'll keep that in mind. But like I'd say, let's just address candida and reducing the tension in the gut. And geranium's kind of hitting both of those. And then when the gut's feeling a little bit better, I would go after the candida a little bit harder with the cinnamon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will do.
Yeah. I think that's a good approach. And
Thank
and then keep us posted, especially if that red spot doesn't really go away in the next day or two. If it's a hive, sometimes they'll go away very quickly and sometimes they'll last for a really long time. The other thing that I usually do for hives is increase vitamin C. It could be through food, it could be through just taking some vitamin C. I usually use quercetin for something like that, but that you just have one spot, it's really acute. I mean, just eating some, kiwis or oranges or, something that's got a bunch of vitamin C in it, and that could be the remedy.
Okay. Will
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome. But keep us posted. If it keeps getting wonky, let us know.
And then go ahead, Robert.
Hey,
Good morning, Greg.
how are you?
I wanted to mention that yesterday's class was very good at getting me to yawn the whole day. Every single segment we did, I yawned, and I slept amazingly well last night. So thank you very much.
Isn't it really amazing, like how much tension we hold in the gut? I go back to, you know, we have stress and things like that, but also when we're dealing with projections from other people, whatever it might be, 2 of the areas that really tighten up are the gut and the throat. And so, it doesn't necessarily have to be directed at, you, like somebody's like, oh, Robert, I'm going to get you. Oh, how could you? But sometimes when we're in stressful environments or, an office or a city or an area where there's high levels of stress or, anxiety, whatever it might be, even though our mind and emotions might be fine, the gut will respond. It will tense up because it's trying to protect itself. It sees it like somebody's coming up to punch you in the stomach. It tightens up to prevent damage. And if the if the body perceives some sort of chaos or potential for harm, and it doesn't see it the way the mind sees it, it just sees like instability. I don't feel secure. I don't feel safe. And so it just goes to a protective mode. That's a lot of us. That's the gut issue is just that. And even if you just read the news cycles, I think that could actually tense up the gut. And so, I would say none of us are really immune from it right now. I would say taking that tension out of the gut in a lot of different ways will help you to feel better. But like you said, it will help you to sleep better and of course, digest our food is what we're shooting for, but good sleep could be definitely a byproduct of working the digestive tract.
So along those lines, is there something we can do that breaks the pattern of taking external stress, like too much to do or sudden, oh my God, I have all this to do realizations, and not having that go to our gut?
I think the more that we work on vagal tone, the more that can calm down. Like even if you're in an environment and your body tenses up, if you have like really good, strong vagal tone in a lot of areas of your body, it'll tense up, but it will relax. But if the vagal tone is real poor, or moderate, like you'll tense up and then the body won't like shift back out of it. And so, that's always the push of going deeper and deeper into better vagal tone. Uh, I mean, it's just, I don't know that we ever get away from that. You know what I mean? Like the vagal tone part, like just always making sure that the vagal tone is good and going deeper and deeper into the vagal tone. And like I said, I think it's Father's Day weekend. We're doing I don't know that we've listed it. When are
Is
we
that
in
the one in Birmingham?
Birmingham? Yeah, we're gonna go like and break down all the different areas that impact vagal tone and that are impacted by vagal tone, and then how to treat each of the specifics, because like glands and the spine and there's all these areas the inner ear, there's all these areas that um impact vagal tone or are impacted by poor vagal tone. It can go either direction and it can throw
I,
things off. Like even you wouldn't think of like the inner ear could throw off digestion, but it could. Because if you're walking around and you have like poor sense of balance, then your body starts going, something bad might happen. I'm in danger. I might fall, or something feels unstable. So then the throat tightens up and the digestive tract tightens up. And so who would put two and two together that like the inner ear could be causing that, but it could, so there's like these weird random things where um, things in the body can trigger an effect in the gut that you just wouldn't think about.
so this class you're talking about, it sounds like it's working on vagal tone so that when we do get stress, yes, our body reacts, but that it unreacts when it's gone.
Right. Stronger the
Okay.
vagal tone, the more that your body will go, oh, that was weird. And then it just kind of goes back to normal.
Okay.
But we have stress, we have traumas, we have injuries, we have body misalignments, I mean, because that's even another one is if you have a body misalignment, like you have a elevated hip and a elevated shoulder or something, um, it's low level, but the body still sees that as a form of an instability, and so the body tenses up, you know, it's compensating for the misalignment, but it also tenses up like I don't feel completely stable in the environment, because that's basically what the body's always assessing. Do I feel stable? Do I feel secure? And then if it doesn't, then it starts to protect areas so that it doesn't get harmed. And so, odd things can still manifest as digestive issues. And so, when we're presenting this, and then eventually the next one will be most likely the respiratory tract. Vagal tone's a big piece of both of those. And so I wanted to throw the vagal tone, it'll be a free weekend. So it's just one of those things where we're going to talk about it, but we're going to like be a detective of like what areas do we have poor vagal tone, and we're just going to treat the whole spectrum of things that can cause vagal tone issues. It'll help digestion, it'll help respiratory function, urinary function, cardiac function, but also just accelerating the body's healing process.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on a different topic, and really the reason that I raised my hand,
Mhm.
Robin is here with me. She just had a series of blood tests, and they discovered relatively high levels of mercury. Is there
Okay.
something in here, what we're doing today, that we could use to help bring that down?
Coriander. Coriander, a couple of drops internally, like daily. Like that would be super good for reducing the mercury levels.
Okay, and that's until the time she gets tested again and finds that the levels have dropped.
Right. Right.
Okay, so long term until then.
What's that?
Long term, basically
I, I,
until you
I
get.
would say so, especially if there's high levels, most likely that came from fillings in the teeth. But I mean, also there's other ways that we get mercury in that we don't think about. Like, does she eat a lot of fish?
Yes,
Yeah, it's the fish. It's,
most
I mean,
likely yes.
what's that?
Most likely yes.
Yeah, it's probably the fish.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't have any metal fillings. My dentist took them out and replaced them.
oh,
But when
good.
you say, do I eat a lot of fish? I eat fish every day.
Yeah. So I can't remember, but I'd have to look it up. But there are certain kinds of fish that have higher levels of mercury than others. Um, so, maybe we do a little bit of a dive what fish, because it doesn't mean that you have to give up fish. It might mean that you give up certain kinds of fish. But, you know, I've known people that, they go to a nice restaurant and they'll have like swordfish or something, and in one dose they'll get mercury poisoning, just from the swordfish. And I doubt you're eating swordfish every day, but it usually depends on where the fish is coming from. And so I would say we just kind of figure out like where what fish are not going to have like high mercury levels, and then just do it that way. Yeah. It's the fish. Like I almost guarantee you it's the fish. Yeah.
Yes, we've been, since she got the results, we've been thinking about everything in her life, and
Yeah.
fish is probably the highest item on the list.
Yeah. Especially you don't have feelings. You had feelings, but they were removed. So, I mean, it still could be from the old days, but most likely it's the fish. And it's probably one kind of fish that you're getting that is just really high in mercury. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. That's actually one to put on the list, mercury poisoning.
Um, Someone's asking about digestive calm. No specifics.
Mhm.
Do you want to talk about digestive
Sure.
calm? Do you
Yeah,
want
yeah, I don't mind.
specify?
Yeah, what are you trying to use it for? Or you're just curious about it?
You do not have to unmute yourself. You can just type in if
Mhm.
you want to kind of specify about the digestive calm. I mean, if you want, you could talk a little bit about it. I could go to the next question.
Yeah, so how about we just talk about it and let's see if that hits
Oh,
their
no, they say yes.
gas. It might be helpful for that. You know, the thing that digestive calm was for is relaxing the fascia that supports the internal organs. And you know, any time that there's pressure put on the internal organs, it usually decreases their function. And so the idea of the digestive calm was to take some of the agitation out of the digestive tract that might come from body misalignments, rotations in the body, or how we're talking about like sometimes the gut just gets tense. And so we might relax the smooth muscle, but around the organs is connective tissue that might be contracted and putting pressure on the organs that is causing the organs to go into like a bit of agitated state. And so by putting the digestive calm on, you're kind of consistently relaxing that connective tissue that allows the organs to potentially relax to a better degree of functioning. Also with the digestive calm, it can help to even relax the psoas, the hip flexors, you know, because the hip flexors are on the front side of the low back and they're kind of coming up and they're behind some of the organs. And so it does help to relax that as well. And so I would use it in conjunction with some of the things that we've been talking about. But I mean, it might help with gas a little bit, but I would still use the ginger internally.
Make sure I get all these here in order. Can you take fungal support internally?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you know, do 2 or 3 drops internal. Samantha has a story where, you know, she was treating some sinus issues, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And like, you know, it would get better and then it would come back and get better. And so she did fungal support for, I don't know, like a couple of weeks, and almost immediately taking the fungal support, the sinuses got significantly better. And you know, it still needs to be addressed from time to time, but it improved the sinuses quite substantially. And so, you know, it could be that it's candida impacting the gut, but it also could be impacting other areas, including like the sinuses or respiratory function. And so, you know, she was using that internally like that. Yeah. Yeah, because fungal support is tea tree, palmarosa, geranium, and savory.
I was gonna just add with that, the one thing you've, told me, and other students is with the fungal support, do take a little bit of a break,
Yeah,
because of the savory, but like
yeah,
a few day break is.
yeah. Just a couple days. Like after 3 or 4 weeks, I'd say, you know, take like maybe a few days or a week off, and then you can go back to it again. Just because savory is so potent as an antibacterial, we don't want to knock out the good bacteria in the gut. So. You know, just usually about a week is all you need, and then you can go back to 3 or 4 weeks at a time.
And I've done that for, for a
Quite a
long
while.
time, and it's,
Yeah.
like, it's good. Can coriander protect a pregnant person from mercury?
I wouldn't give a pregnant person coriander internal. Like I think it would probably be fine, but you know, with somebody who's pregnant, the issue is you don't want to impact the fetus at all. And so I would say you know, not the time to detox, and I wouldn't be giving a pregnant woman a bunch of stuff when I would say reduce anything that the pregnant woman's doing, and even afterwards when they're breastfeeding, I would still be careful for a little bit, just because whatever the mother takes, the baby's going to be exposed to. And so after the fact, you could go through and treat, but unless there's some big issue that's there, I wouldn't worry about protecting, you know, I wouldn't do it during the pregnancy, basically. I wouldn't try to detox. I wouldn't give them dosages of something. Usually when somebody's pregnant, I go off treating anything except for maybe doing energy work or something like that, where it's just really super low impact, and because it's all about protecting the fetus. So
Where to apply digestive calm? Do you take it internally?
no, you don't take digestive calm internally. You apply it to the abdominal area. So usually, I mean, we sell it in like a 5 ml bottle or whatever, but usually people, when they get it, they get the body tonic and then they, just splash it around the abdominal area. So below your ribs, all the way down to where, your underwear line is, that below your navel area. Just hit that whole area.
Would you repeat what's in the fungal support?
Tea tree, geranium, palmarosa, and savory. That was one of the very first things that was ever tested in the medical aromatherapy arena, was that, and they used it diffused in a room and measured how it decreased molds and funguses in the room, and it was substantial.
Where to apply digestive calm for psoas release?
Still on the abdomen. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, good start of the day questions, guys.
Okay, so how about we go back up to some of the functional issues, and we'll do that, and then when we come back from lunch, we'll start talking about the liver. And so let's go to
And just somebody's asking oils for mercury, please, and it was the coriander.
Mhm.
Someone's asking how many drops of the fungal support and how many times a day?
2 to 3. Yeah.
Hmm.
And it's under the Candida treatment. The instructions are there, 2 to 3 drops in water daily, and there's the fungal support, and then there's other choices as well.
And then feel free to keep typing in your questions. We'll get to them later. We're gonna go on to
Let me just look at something here real quick. Hey, Dan.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good, good. Hey, when I had my that bout with the I thought it was related to the that medication I was on, right? The
Sure.
Z-Pound stuff. Yeah, I did some fungal support like right around that time. Do you think it was um uh I mean, I was cautious doing fungal support again, but I could actually probably use it for Candida. I mean, I've had Candida in the past and I bloat
Yeah,
every
you could
time.
use fungal support, you could use cinnamon. Yeah,
Okay.
that like when you're going through that, like I think I texted you or something that
Yeah.
that's a common side effect of that medication.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And so it,
Yeah. I read
I
that
don't think there was
too.
an
Yeah.
interaction. I think it was just
Okay.
the med and
Yeah. Yeah.
so you could always start in a real low dose, just start with a drop and
Maybe
check
I'll do
to
that.
see. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, move your way up to 2 or 3 drops. But
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that was most likely the medication.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah.
yeah, that whole thing was just really strange.
And so did you taper off or are you still on it or
I'm on like every other week, kind of. So
okay.
it's the same dose, five
But just
milligrams, but every other week.
further out. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just kind of cut it in half, if you will. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
And that seems to still, do its thing. I'm kind of hovering, if you will.
Right.
But yeah. But I wanted to ask, since I heard about the fungal support. So you think it'd be okay to kind of just start
Yeah.
back in on that
Yeah. Yeah.
slowly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like you don't have any issues of like sudden fatigue like in the afternoon or anything like that.
I work one heck of a work week this last week, but it was kind of like just felt like going down after work, which is what I normally do. To kind of take
Okay.
half hour, 45 minutes, just kind of sometimes even take a nap or something like that. But as far as sudden, I think like what you're asking, no, but that was going on definitely during the February
Yeah.
thing when
Yeah.
I had that going on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna have a couple of or a drop of fungal support that's sitting right
There you
next to
go.
me here. It's very good. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yeah. Take care.
So we're gonna treat GERD. So if you go to the bottom of page 10, your best choice here is ginger. If you don't have ginger, use one of the digestive oils that you might have, but ginger is by far the best. Taking a ginger tonic or tincture, you know, uh, again, Samantha makes that apple cider ginger tonic. Um, a lot of times that's what I just have people do is just take a big tablespoon of the uh, apple cider vinegar and ginger together, and that will knock it out. Um, tincture will do it, but here we're going to do a breathing pattern with this. You could also take it internally, the essential oil, a couple of drops, 1 to 2 drops in water. And so here we have like a stress related, what you call like a sphincter, like the sphincter that's involved with the stomach. And sometimes it's stressed and it clenches and then opens, and the ginger helps to resolve that. And then if there's a stomach acid issue, it helps to resolve that as well. So let's pull out your ginger. If you don't have that, like maybe cardamom or uh, even something like geranium, you don't have that, just do like ANS support or tarragon, something like that. Okay, and begin inhaling with your awareness on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the front solar plexus. And then move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid back area below the shoulder blades. And then your navel. Your awareness is on the navel. And then an inch and a half below the navel minor, an inch and a half below. And then the bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of the tailbone. And let's do abdominal awareness. So we're going to put our awareness on the abdomen, and wherever you feel something, for this one, I would say up high. like below the ribs, somewhere in that area, especially off to the left. Left, maybe we'll do both. Put your awareness up on the left-hand side below the ribs. Inhale with your awareness in that area. And let that go for a moment. And let's do the right side. You're basically doing kind of the liver area. The right side below the ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. You're just being still. Okay, we're going to cycle through that again. So your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid-back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And say, like in treating GERD, the front and back solar plexus are the emphasis. You're still on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Still in your back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Let's just pause for a moment. Just let the breath go. Again, on the front solar plexus, that area just below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. You're still on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the navel. How's this going for you? An inch and a half below your navel. Your awareness is an inch and a half below your navel. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now just let it go for a moment. And we're going to explore both the left side of the upper abdomen and then the right side of the upper abdomen. Right? So let's go to the left side of the upper abdomen, below your ribs. Just kind of explore that area. If you find an area in that section that stands out, put your attention there. If not, just that whole left side under the ribs. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths on that left side below the ribs. You're on the right side below the ribs. The right side. You find an area that really stands out, work that area. Otherwise, just that whole area below the right side of the rib. And then just pause and be still. How did that make? Yeah. So Samantha was saying, like, when she was doing this, one side felt like it needed more than the other, right? For you, it was the right side. Some of you, it might be the left side. But, when you kind of have that awareness, we don't want to just simply like kind of go through and do a protocol without really being too aware. I mean, it happens a lot. Like, we'll go through, we'll do a process and, we might not feel anything other than relaxed. But if you keep paying attention to your body, you'll feel like, oh, there's certain areas that, oh, it needs work. And so let's have you choose. Was that a little bit more on the left side? Was it a little bit more on the right side? Actually, maybe how about this? We'll share and ask questions, and then we'll go with whatever time we have left, we'll go back and do the side that you might need more work on. So go ahead and share any questions about this process.
And Zakia, your hand's been up, but I think it was about this process right at the beginning. So if you
Hey,
still have a question or share, either one. Or if you we can't hear you though.
No, it was about the ginger and the apple cider.
Oh, okay, great. That's why.
Thanks.
Yep, you bet. Well, I noticed, how I feel like, oh, and my right side needs more, but my left, I was yawning more.
right.
But it was like when I hit the right side, it was like I was feeling more stuff.
Mhm.
Like it was just very interesting. And it was nice being able to go kind of take that time and have a little awareness on this side of the
Right,
abdomen, and
right,
this side of the
right.
abdomen. Yeah, I liked that a lot. Somebody else said their left side.
Yeah, their left side. Yeah, see, it's not always going to be the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Hey.
So when you asked us to feel which side had more, it was clearly my left side. And as I was focusing on it and bringing attention to it, the right side was almost like it was not showing anything, like it wasn't reporting anything at all.
Hmm.
It's almost like I need to
Yeah.
go do that intentionally.
Right. I, I would say that if you were just to guess which side's going to have more of an issue, potentially it's going to be more the left side. So, here working with this, if we were using a different oil, it might be a little bit different for you on that side. But, the liver can still play a little bit of a role in GERD. And also, by staying up high, we're not necessarily doing work on the diaphragm like we would with respiratory issues, but still, kind of reducing that inflammation and antispasmodic up in that area will still have an impact on the nerves and the diaphragm itself. And so that you're only feeling it on the left side, yeah, I would probably just go there. But like we're kind of doing like a little bit of a diagnostic and a search as well as a treatment. And we're looking for that side that really stands out. Or Samantha made a good point. She goes, her right side really felt like there was something going on, but she goes, when I did the left side, it didn't feel as much, but I was, she was yawning quite a bit. And so, you could almost say for that, it's both sides. You just having different responses. And, part of what can contribute to this is a hiatal hernia can contribute to GERD. And, just anytime you keep taking tension and calming the nerves of the diaphragm, it's always good for digestion and respiration and everything. And we tend to spend more time talking about the diaphragm from the point of view of respiration, but it still plays a role in digestion because of how it impacts the nerves and vagal tone and things like that. And so based on what you're saying, most likely you just have a little bit of an issue on the one side. The diaphragm seems like it seems to be okay, and the liver seems to be okay, at least when it comes to this. Yeah.
Somebody said bottom edge of left rib cage will cramp and feel like it has folded up and be a sharp pain.
Like the bottom edge, like all the way down, that sounds a little bit more like a stitch in the side. That's most likely a diaphragm issue. And so any sort of diaphragm work, the one oil that I would probably use for that is you could use Anula to relax the diaphragm, but also on the side over here. Like if you come like to where the shoulder blade is, there's a muscle over there. Can they see
Yeah,
where?
I'm gonna zoom out just a little so we can see a little more specific. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
like right over in here. Like my shoulder blade's right here. So right about here is a muscle called the serratus anterior. And when that has a bit of an issue, it causes like a stitch in the side or a stitch down at the bottom of the ribs, so it's a radiating pain or a radiating issue. And so I would take like helichrysum and an ointment, put helichrysum and some lotion or massage oil or something, and then just daily like rub it over into that spot, and it should resolve that. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. They said it's very front facing.
Oh, it's more on the front. Bottom of the ribs. Yeah, I'd stick with the ginger probably. Do a little bit of ginger internally uh and keep doing the inhalations with this pattern in the ginger, but focus a little bit more on the front and back solar plexus. As weird as it is, even though it's on the front side, I'd probably do the back side as much, if not more, than the front side. Yeah.
I never enjoyed sniffing ginger so much.
Yeah, ginger's nice.
So
Yeah,
sometimes I'm like,
ginger's nice. The other thing that ginger's really good for is like after you've had a lot of like stress, you had a stressful day, a stressful week, or whatever, ginger will kind of rehab the digestive tract. And also, if there's been like emotional upset, it doesn't work like how tarragon works. Tarragon will pull you out of the emotional upset and kind of calm the emotions and things like that. But ginger will undo the effects of the emotional upset as far as the gut is concerned. It helps your gut recover from, being upset or somebody was upset at you or something, because we have a body effect, even if it's not you being upset, it's somebody else being upset. Um, uh, Still, your body has a reaction. And so the ginger will help you recover from that.
and the person with this ditch or whatever, they said it's just off the sternum. If that makes any difference.
Okay. Yeah, I would
Stick
still,
with what you
yeah,
said still.
yeah. And here we're talking about inhaling and taking it internal. And, I wouldn't take off the table of using like a ginger ointment, again, putting ginger in a massage oil and then rubbing it over that area on the left side below the ribs. And so that could be another way to resolve that. It still gets in there, it still penetrates. You wouldn't really think of that as treating something like this, but especially if there's a little agitation or a little pain or a little spasm in there, the ginger could be quite helpful for that.
I think time-wise,
Yeah.
maybe we,
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna switch on over to the Astara Sunday Sacred Space, and we're gonna do some work with angels on that. And so join us if you can, and if not, we'll come back at 1:30 Central Time, so an hour and a half from now. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Put this back up again. And we are going to be on. Well, first off, did anybody still have follow-ups from what we did or?
I don't think I had any.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I think we're good to go on.
Okay. So we are on page 83, hepatic stimulant. And so hepatic stimulant is just your stimulating processes in the liver. You know, later we'll talk about stimulating very specific things, but this is a general liver stimulant. And Schizandra we use, turmeric, neroli, which is quietly kind of a surprising one, but it does work actually quite good for this. And then bergamot mint. Not necessarily bergamot, but there's a specific bergamot mint that works for this. And so here we do this just to stimulate like all the processes of the liver. And this can improve detoxification. It can increase bile production and flow. It supports liver regeneration. It helps to reduce fat accumulation in the liver, alleviating symptoms of liver congestion. You know, liver congestion can be abdominal discomfort, fatigue, but also bloating. Like a lot of times when we have some bloating issues, you know, could be different reasons, but a lot of times we look at like the liver. You go through, you treat the liver, and all of a sudden the bloating diminishes. And then any sort of chronic liver issue, you know, things like fibrosis, hepatitis, cirrhosis, anything of that nature. And so again, there's not really a breathing pattern for this. This is literally you do have to take the substance internally. So bergamot mint, neroli, turmeric, or schizandra, and you're taking 2 to 3 drops in water. It's in the booklet too. And then another add-on, if you'd like, is a tincture of an herb called burdock. And burdock is notoriously good for jump-starting liver function, especially when you're trying to detoxify. So burdock is a great herb to use in conjunction with or instead of, you know, either way. Okay, so from there, we look at liver detoxification. And you have choices here. And sometimes I would say rotate them. I want to talk about the choices for a little bit. The best way to jumpstart liver detoxification is peppermint, right? Peppermint will stimulate or initiate liver detoxification probably better than anything. It's not a great long-term substance to use to detoxify the liver, but it definitely helps to jumpstart things. You know, if you use it long term, it's not that it would do something bad. It's just it wouldn't do what the other ones could do long term. You know, a really good long term, gentle, soft way of detoxifying is the use of lemon. Lemon is very good for detoxifying the liver. It could be taken for very prolonged periods of time. I mean, any of these could be taken for a prolonged period of time, but lemon, I mean, you could just go for it for the rest of your life and you'd be good. Greenland moss, incredibly good liver detoxification. It doesn't jumpstart the liver quite like peppermint does, but once the liver is detoxifying, it's quite good. I use this a lot of times when treating people that are going through chemotherapy, things like that, just to offset some of the impact that happens to the liver. Carrot and helichrysum, both very good. Helichrysum can even be used to help in the reduction of cholesterol. You know, the thing that's nice about helichrysum and that is that it could be even applied topically. It doesn't even need to be taken internal. You know, most of these other ones, you would need to take them internally, but helichrysum does have that impact whether you use it internally or topically. So I kind of wrote up a thing here about the liver and why to go through and do it. So one is the detoxification of toxins, um, pollution, pesticides, heavy metals. We were talking about earlier with mercury poisoning with Robert, and I would start for a while using coriander, but then I would eventually move to just going to detoxification in the liver. But with a heavy metal like that, coriander is a very good place to start for probably a while. Like when I say a while, like probably 30 days. And then you'd move into doing some form of liver detoxification. So pollution, pesticides, a lot of times the pesticides, we think about them being in the air, but obviously they can be on our foods, they can be on fruits and vegetables, they can be in all kinds of things. Um, uh, yeah, then you would just pass whatever that is, you would pass it through urine and through feces, going to the bathroom. And then the second part is metabolizing and eliminating waste products. Again, a lot of times this is either things that we've ingested or something that's maybe a byproduct of protein metabolism. But basically, we just want to get rid of the waste products. This will also support digestion. Like if you're having issues, especially with the absorption and processing of fats, this can be helpful. Sometimes when people are trying to lose weight and they don't, um, they're on a diet, they're doing all the right things, they've reduced their calories and they're still not losing weight. Sometimes it's a liver issue and you have to really jumpstart and detoxify the liver somewhat. And so I would say if you are at any point trying to reduce calories and things, do some type of support for the liver, but I would do some gentle detoxing or even a little stronger detoxing. I mean, it would just be the things that we talked about at the beginning of this, but very good for that. The other issue that I would say is, again, we don't really think about this, but treating the liver also helps to balance out the hormones. As we get older, sometimes we have imbalances in the hormones, or if we have like depleted hormones, where maybe adrenaline, or I would say especially estrogen and testosterone, but I mean, it could be any hormone. But sometimes the liver function is off or there's an accumulation of the hormones in the liver. And so going through and detoxifying the liver can actually help balance out the hormones, which sounds kind of weird, but it actually is a very good thing to do for working the endocrine system. Yeah, like here I even wrote, um, like especially high levels of estrogen, um, you know, definitely do forms of liver detoxification. So any time where you have like PMS type symptoms, um, endometriosis or fibroids, you might even think about it for like menopause and premenopause, just do a good liver flush. I mean, it's always good. The liver filters so much that it's nice just how in the kitchen sometimes you gotta wash out the garbage can. It's accumulated too much, little whatever. This is like doing it in the body. And so this also helps to prevent fatty liver disease. Um, we think of fatty liver disease as being something that's alcohol related, but it also can be just excessive amounts of fat and then ingested, and then the liver can't process it. It does boost immune function. Um, it helps in reducing inflammation. And on that note, reducing inflammation, I would say it doesn't just reduce inflammation, but it can also help with how your body processes pain. I notice that sometimes whenever I go through and do a liver detox, I didn't think I was in pain. And then I do a liver detox and I was like, I was in a little bit of pain. My body was achy. Certain things were hurting. And then I do some work on the liver and then I realized like, oh, apparently I was in a little bit of pain and I just got used to it. I didn't have anything to measure it against. So I was just like, this is the way that people feel. But apparently people feel better than that. Right. And so, you know, as we get older, the aging process is tied to the inflammatory process. The more that we can keep inflammation down, the slower our body will age and break down. And so it's always a good thing to do some liver work. Doesn't have to be all the time, but from time to time, I would say, what has it been like maybe once every 4 to 6 weeks, I'll spend a week just really working the liver and then I forget about it. And I move on. And then it's like, well, it's been about 5, 6 weeks, excuse me, and then I'll jump on it again. And I do more than just this. I kind of combine the things that we're talking about right now, but it gives you a good idea of uh, the things that the liver impacts. If you look at all the different things that it impacts, even digestive health, immune function, hormones, all these things, pain and pain perception, reducing inflammation. It's just a smart approach to do some liver work from time to time. Doesn't, again, have to be all the time, but from time to time, very good idea. And then mental clarity, you know, because of the elimination of metabolic waste, the brain actually functions better. Sometimes we get like fuzzy thinking and even the emotions might be fluctuating a little bit. And we think of it as an emotional issue or sometimes even a neurological issue, but sometimes it's actually a liver issue. And, we just need to detoxify the liver a little bit. And then afterwards you go, "Oh, God, I feel so much better." And, if the liver is one of the big detoxifiers of the body, then at some point you still have to do a little bit of a flush to the liver just to make sure that it's not accumulating a bunch of things that it's not processing and releasing. So it just makes good sense. Now, to take it a step further, sometimes things that we're on number 20 now. Sometimes the things that we don't really think about is how much the liver will impact the eyes. And so, we have the little area here, and then we have an area like up over in here, or it's a little bit lower, I think. But this will contribute to dry eyes. And so, we use Shazandra for dry eyes, and Shazandra is actually very good for treating the liver, especially the liver as it's related to the eyes. But anything that's sort of eye related, even when it comes to certain kinds of degeneration in the eye, if you kind of keep working the liver itself, it sometimes improves the eyesight and definitely will keep the eyes like more hydrated. You know how like you wake up in the morning and you have those little crusty things in your eyes? That's a byproduct of the liver. And so if you start to have like excessive amounts of that, um, again, that's a liver issue. And so Shazandra does treat that. Again, peppermint is a way to jumpstart it. You could use them both at the same time, or you could be rotating them. But again, that is very helpful. Also, the tincture for eye bright, which is a single herb, not an essential oil, but using the tincture orally, 1 to 2 times a day, also can help improve the eyes and the function of the eyes. I still like Shazandra the best for reducing the dry eyes, but the combination is very good. I noticed that when I get like a little bit more of those crusty things in my eyes in the morning, if I take Eye Bright for like maybe just a week, it reduces them by probably 60 or 70%. It still happens, but it's just, there's sometimes it feels like somebody, put a bunch of stuff on your eyes at night, or at least for me sometimes. And if I take the Eye Bright for a few days, it starts to reduce substantially. And so, anything eye related, Eye Bright works well for, but the stimulation of liver detoxification, especially specifically how it impacts the eyes. Shazandra is your number one choice, but you could augment it with peppermint, or if it's just from time to time, you just hit a little peppermint internally. Again, the instructions are there, 2 to 3 drops in water. Kind of says like how liver dysfunction affects the eyes. Um, Dry eyes, fatigue, and blurry vision. It definitely will reduce the blurry vision. I wear glasses where, 5 years ago I didn't. And when I take my glasses off, sometimes my eyes are very blurry. And then there's times where I take my glasses off and not really blurry at all. And I kind of started putting together 2 and 2. It's when I've done the liver work is when the eyes aren't quite as blurry. And so, it's not necessarily a remedy for all eye issues, but the better you take care of your liver, the better your eyes will be, right? And there is some talk, and so I mentioned this here for cataracts with liver function and cataracts. Most times cataracts is exposure to the sun. You were out in the sun, you didn't have glasses on, or you didn't have polarized sunglasses on, and eyes got exposed to sun, and 20 or 30 years later, it starts to cause a little bit of cataracts. But the way to slow that down, or sometimes the cause, is liver dysfunction. And so the more that you treat the liver, the better potential you have for better vision as you get older, right? And then retinopathy, um, again, associated with liver issues, liver disease. The impaired liver function will affect the blood vessels of the eyes, and so it can cause vision problems. There's a couple more conditions that I can't even pronounce. I think it's keratopathy. I don't even know how to say that. So just basically a way of saying that the cornea becomes cloudy or a bit opaque, it becomes harder to see. And sometimes people will have like a halo effect when they look out. Again, that can be tied to liver related issues. And then the yellowish deposits in and around the eyes near the eyelids. Again, we go back to liver dysfunction. Other things to look at: yellowing of the skin, dry eyes, blurred vision, night blindness, cataracts, bumps around the eyelids, eye pain or discomfort, sensitivity to light. All of these I would file under treating the liver, especially with peppermint, with Shazandra, and then doing the Eye Bright. I mean, if you're starting to have severe issues, I would do more than that, just that. But mild to moderate, I would do this. If you're starting to have more severe eye-related issues, then I would do much more substantial detoxification and stimulation of the liver. And then from there, we go to number 21, which is liver regeneration. So think of liver regeneration is you're detoxifying the liver, which is like a cleansing part, but this would be energizing or fortifying the liver. And so a lot of times some of the same things work. I'd say the big difference here would be thyme thuyonol. Thyme thuyonol is very good for regenerating the liver, as well as helichrysum, lemon, Greenland moss, turmeric, and aloes. You know, we use aloes for so many metaphysical things, but aloes is actually incredibly good for the liver. In fact, in the old days, when I've done this with herbs, I haven't done this with essential oils, but we used to take aloes and St. John's wort and give it to somebody in a tincture. And it would work so fast that they could see things coming out in the urine. Like they would see like either the urine would turn a little bit dark for a little bit, or they would see like little flecks coming out in the urine, and that's just stuff being flushed out of the liver. And so, I kind of wrote up a thing about the different things that you can go through and do to, or reasons why to regenerate. And, it's some interesting reading. You can get really bogged down with all of this. And, at first I was only going to put a little tiny bit, but I thought, if you want to go and do a deep dive on something, might as well just lay it all out for you. I started to put the protocols at the bottom, but then I thought, you're going to have to read through all of that to find the protocol. So I put the protocol at the top. If you want to read, you can read about it and go deeper. If you don't want to, if you don't quite understand it all, it was really tedious putting all of this together. And so sometimes I had to keep stopping to look things up because it can get a little bit complicated. It's interesting and it helps you kind of figure things out. And I would say more than anything, it kind of helps motivate you to like do some of the detoxification or regeneration or whatever it might be. But if it's not your jam, don't worry about it. And if you read it and you don't quite understand it, again, don't worry about it. It's just, I presented it so that it can make it easier for you to kind of figure out what's going on. I try to hit just the highlights. There's a bunch of things that I left out, but even for myself, I don't have this memorized. Like I have to go through and look these things up just like you guys would. And so I kind of have memories of, oh, this, oh, that. But then I go through and I look it up and I was like, man, it's in my notes and I don't remember this. I wrote it down so many years ago, or, I researched something so many years ago. And it's so much that I don't retain it. So if it's not your jam, please don't think that, I don't know. Don't let it be a discouragement. It's just there if you want to read about it. It's interesting. Sometimes I use it almost like a meditation where I'm like, oh, man, the liver is so complex. I know that in my mind, but when I go through and read it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's super complex. It does so many things. The next page, page 97 with liver secretions. This one I find very interesting. And this is just specifically stimulating liver secretions. And I tell you why I think that this is interesting. So for it's hyssop decumbens. And hyssop decumbens is a different chemotype of hyssop than all the other types of hyssop. When we have Bulgarian or Croatian or Spanish. We had French and English for a while, but it's been harder to run down. They're all kind of the same. They're different regions. They smell a little different, but they're the same plant, right? It's like lavender for a bunch of different areas. They're slightly different, but it's more smell than anything. Hyssop decumbens actually has a different chemical makeup, so it's a different chemotype. And hyssop decumbens is used probably more than other hyssops in certain circles just because of the difference in the chemotype. It's very good for deepening the breath, but one of the things that it does just simply through inhalation or a topical application. For this, I actually like to do inhalation, but it stimulates the secretions of the liver. And sometimes they become sluggish. Sometimes things begin to thicken. And so the thing that I was doing this just by itself, just because, this was, I don't know, a while back. And I was like, I just want to see what it does by itself. And I noticed a difference. I noticed a difference in the eyes and the way my digestive system felt. But I started thinking, you know, combining this with the treatment of cholesterol, I think is actually ideal. So using it with rosemary verbenin or the cholesterol support, which is rosemary verbenin with cypress, and then inhaling the hyssop decumbens and in the same day, doing it daily. I think putting the hyssop decumbens together with a cholesterol treatment makes the cholesterol treatment more effective. And there's been a few people where, between medications from the doctor and natural things like what we do or something they got from the health food store really wasn't lowering the cholesterol as much. I started putting them on daily inhalations of hyssop decumbens to try to stimulate the secretions, and in theory, it should help the treatment for cholesterol. And I don't know that we've had any feedback yet. People usually do that for 3 to 6 months, and then they go see their doctor and get their cholesterol done again. But when I look at it, when I scan it, I think it's a bit of a thing. And if you're looking at cholesterol issues, there's a section in cholesterol that we didn't talk about, but cholesterol we have talked about a lot. I would combine different approaches for things like cholesterol, or things like your eyes, if you have poor digestion, you know, things are laid out to go after a particular set of symptoms or a kind of function that might not be doing very well. But I would say go at it from all the different directions. I wouldn't just try to detoxify or just try to regenerate, or here we're talking about the liver secretions. I would go at it like a lot of different ways so that you just keep making the liver function better and better, because it's like anything. Like, we think we feel good. It's like myself, like I don't think I'm in pain. I do some liver work and then apparently I was in pain and didn't even know it. I feel so much better, right? And so my eyes were blurry and I just like, old age. And then I do some liver work and I was like, my eyesight's better. Maybe it wasn't old age, you know? And so when I do healing on people for like eyesight issues, I mean, that's one of the things that I do is I treat the liver quite substantially rather than just going to the eyes. And so this could be a protocol for a lot of different things, including immunity, right? And including hormonal issues. So, eyes, pain, hormones, immune system, digestive issues, um, inflammation in the body. There's a bunch of good reasons to go after the liver and treat the liver and try to maintain the liver to a high level of function. And so here under liver secretions, I kind of just wrote a little bit. It enhances detoxification, it supports regeneration, promotes healthy cholesterol. Now, this information about the hyssop decumbens wasn't like I wasn't like, oh, I clairvoyantly observed this. This was actually based on a French physician who was a medical aromatherapist, and this was based on a lot of him applying medical test and then having the person use a particular essential oil, here being hyssop decumbens, and then going back and testing after the fact. So a lot of this information that we're talking about here actually came from him, wasn't necessarily like a thing that I just made notes of through the years. Like I want to make it clear that this actually came from a French physician. And so, gallbladder issues like cholesterol issues, supporting hormonal balance, um, any form of liver congestion, bloating, fatigue, digestive discomfort. Yeah. And then we kind of slip into a thing that we talk about quite often. We don't talk about it quite like this, but again, liver stimulation being tied to hormonal balance. And if you look at the oils that are used here, frankincense, myrrh, and patchouli, those are all things that we use for hormones. Like when somebody has depleted hormones, when we need to jumpstart the hormones, and all of these are also good for affecting the liver. So anytime that you stimulate liver function, it does have that anti-inflammatory effect. It does have an impact on hormones. It has an impact on all these areas. We had one patient where he had several things going on. One, the hormone levels were very low, but there was a lot of inflammation in the body, and he had some soft tissue problems in the body. And, we were really targeting the hormonal issue right at first and didn't really think about it because the hormonal issue was such a substantial one that we were like, we got to get on this. And as we treated the hormones and the liver, the soft tissue problems actually started to resolve themselves. There was starting to be less pain, there was less inflammation. He was able to stand up straighter. He was able to stand up in a little bit better alignment. So a lot of things going on just with this idea of treating the liver. And so, a lot of times this seems or feels a little bit redundant, but you are coming at it in some different angles. So if you go through and you look at all the different things, we're kind of in the same boat. We go through and treat and be it that we're stimulating, regenerating, detoxifying. A lot of times it might be even some of the same essential oils or the same herbs, but you are doing a lot of different things to the liver. So we don't really have a process that we can do through this. The only one that would really be a thing would be if everybody had hyssop decumbens, we could do it. But how about we just open that up to any sort of questions on the information or how to apply it or if you should apply it. And we'll go from there and then we'll jump into something else.
So again, just like Greg said, specific to this liver stuff we've been talking about, and if you want to raise your hand and don't know how, on a desktop or an iPad or some kind of device like that, there's a button that says react. Press that and it says raise hand, so that'll allow you to raise your hand. And then otherwise, you can always type into the chat. When typing into the chat, please send messages over to Plant Prana Oils or to Apothecary Geek. I see those and relay them over to Craig. And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
On liver stimulation, it says like frankincense, myrrh, patchouli, peppermint. We can actually take patchouli internally.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I think this was really, really good. I kind of like the idea of doing the coriander because I've suspected for a while. Somebody gave me a lot of strontium, a very
A lot
heavy
of what?
dose. Strontium.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And it's kind of really affected like the upper left part of my between my hip and thigh, right in that area. And it's stayed for a long time, and that's what I'm hoping will help a little bit. And then I'll go into the liver, what we talked about with the peppermint and the schizandra, or can I use all three?
Yeah, you could use all three.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
burdock
the
as
thing
well.
that I would say about like the peppermint is a little bit more of like acute or a jump start. It's not like the best long-term treatment. And it's not because it does something bad, it just doesn't do enough good long-term. But short-term, it does great. But long-term, the use of like Shazandra, things like that, much better for a long-term treatment. And the liver can always use work. It's not like should I or shouldn't I? It's like really comes down to how long and how much, not if I should or if I shouldn't. And so, going back to the thing that we were talking about with Robert, with his wife had the mercury poisoning or high levels of mercury. I would use the coriander for a bit, and then after about 30 days, I would go through and do the different kinds of liver work for a bit. And I'd still kind of go back through with the coriander. I don't know that you necessarily need to do them both at the same time, but you know, the going back and forth, I think, will deepen the effect. Where a lot of times we have the idea of approaching some of these things because we've spent so much time growing up with allopathic medicine where we take a pill for something. And so we get used to like, okay, I'm going to take an oil for something. When really it's this kind of dance where you're trying to recondition an area. And here if we're looking at reconditioning the liver, I don't think it's going to be one thing that's going to get us there. It's a bunch of different things that we just kind of keep working and going back and forth and back and forth. And even the idea of doing the mercury toxicity is, coriander is good for decreasing metals in the body, especially toxic levels. It's good for that, but depending on how well it works would also depend on how well the liver is functioning. If the liver is super compromised, it's probably not going to work that well. If the liver is already working really super good, then it's probably going to detoxify it very quickly. But I would say, if we think about when we talk about intellect and homeostasis all the time and doing repetition, a lot of times when we do a symptom-oriented approach, we kind of come from that place of assumption that like it was good and something went a little wrong and I just got to fix that and we're back to being good. And as we age or as we're exposed to something or as we have something maybe not functioning well, it might not be in our awareness, but I think it's wise to not always think that we were just good and we're needing to eradicate a symptom. It's like even if it was good, it doesn't mean that it couldn't function better. And so it's always about kind of improving the function, even when you think it's okay, even when things aren't really bothering you, even when you don't have a medical issue to like go through and treat and just kind of constantly keep improving some of the function in these areas. And the liver being a big one for everybody, improving that area so that you know we have better hormone levels and we have greater levels of reduction of inflammation, and maybe we don't feel pain quite as much. And all these things are just the tip of the iceberg. There's things that we don't even think about or even aware of, how we process proteins and fats and all those kinds of things, the effects of stress.
Yes. Um, would burdock, I'm sure, be good with that as well, or
Burdock, if you've never played with burdock is borderline amazing. It's not a magic bullet, but kind of is. It is a really great detoxifier. And I go back to the days of sometimes even sinus issues can be also related to the liver. And I used to use just a combination of what was it? Burdock, red clover, and golden seal.
Mm.
And people who had really, such bad mucus in their nose that it wasn't even about like trying to get them to breathe a little bit better. They couldn't breathe through their nose at all. It was just like so impacted. And so in osteopathic practices, basically I would like put a glove on and then you kind of do like this manipulation on the roof of their mouth to get it to open and so that they can start blowing some of it out. Like you kind of do this little manipulation on the roof of the mouth and it would open it up. And it started to be that I was seeing so many patients with that I couldn't keep up with the patient load, because I was seeing other patients as well. And so I was like, I got to come up with a different way to treat this. And so I did that combination. Took me a little while to fine tune it. And, at first I was like, oh, we'll put all these other herbs in it. And I just boiled it down to those three herbs together. And when I'd have people do it, it would start opening up and draining really impacted sinuses, and it would start to clear up the sinus issues. And sometimes just to do maintenance on it, I just have them follow it with just doing burdock. And burdock's amazing for all kinds of detoxification in the body. It's one of those things where, when in doubt, you could throw burdock at it, and it's probably going to have some sort of impact.
Oh, thank you so much. This
Mhm.
is excellent information.
Oh, you're so welcome.
And one other thing,
Mhm.
it has to do with the eyes.
Mhm.
Is there a good thing that you can wash your eyes with? Do literally like use as a rinse in your eye? Would you say like bottled water, distilled water?
I would get the saline solution, how you do the drops in your eyes, but like you can get them that it's not for redness or it's not for anything. It's just saline.
Okay.
Use that and flush your eyes out, or just use it as a moisturizing agent. Like when people have eye surgeries like LASIX and things like that, cataract surgery, the more that you hydrate the eyes, the faster that they'll get better. Because the eyes, it's always about moisture. If they're dry, they don't heal very fast. If they're moist, they heal faster. And so the more that you keep moisturizing the eyes, the better. Um, Sometimes, like I've used those little eye cups, you get them like on Amazon or something, and you can put a little saline solution and then put it on your eye. You tilt your head back. Um, it's kind of good as an eye wash. I still use either just water or saline. Saline that you get at the store, to like flesh that out. But sometimes, like in the eyelashes and things, you'll have a little bit of the production of that little sticky stuff that comes out. And for me, I noticed that like if I rub my eyelashes, sometimes my eyes will start to burn, which means
Yes.
there's that stuff is stuck in the eyelashes. And so I'll use the eye cup to let that soak the eyelashes a little bit, and then I get out and wipe it with a towel, and then I touch my lashes and that stops happening. And so the idea with the eye wash sometimes isn't even about the eyeball, but it's in and around the eyelid and the eyelashes, cleaning that up so that it doesn't continue to irritate the eye. And so sometimes when people are having a lot of dry eyes and redness, the dry eyes can be causing the redness, but also could be an accumulation of that little sticky stuff that's in the eyelashes. And if you clean that up, sometimes the redness will diminish quite substantially. And how it got there is poor liver function. There's something in the liver not functioning right. So again, go back, you still would want to treat the liver, but you still want to keep the eyes as clean as possible.
Excellent. And that Shazandra keeps the eyes more moist as well.
Yes, definitely so. And it's
Well,
helpful for the liver. Yeah.
yeah, it's a win-win. Thank you so
Mhm.
much.
You're
This
so
is
welcome.
great. Okay.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And someone's checking for the Shazandra, you can do internal and inhalation for the liver.
Yeah, you can do inhalation. Taking it internally is a little bit stronger, but you can do both. Yeah.
was saying, yeah, all this information, fantastic.
Yeah,
So
good. Yeah, we're going to continue to improve this booklet. As we're going through there, I was like, I wanted to do this, I want to do that. I'm making a note of things I left out that I wanted to put in. And so we'll update it over the next week or two. And all of this is going to be, this whole booklet is going to be available also on the website. And so you'll be able to just go on the website and look things up and then, get that information that way. And so we're going to be doing it for all the systems, but digestive system is just the one that we started with first. But, if you want to look something up, you'll be able to go in depth and look it up on the website and then go down that rabbit hole like that. And so, it's probably going to take us, I don't know, probably the rest of the year to get all the systems up. But, you know, hopefully at some point you'll be able to look up anything and just see it on the website, get in-depth explanation, and then be able to find ways of treating. The other thing that I still want to go through and do another wave through this booklet is, we have the oils and the tinctures, but there might be other things that are like supplements or enzymes, probiotics, prebiotics, things like that. And I am going to go through again and list other things that can be supportive measures for treating this that you would get at the health food store or whatever, even foods or things like that. And so it's just, you know, more time. Like I just need a little bit more time to kind of pull all that together.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, I thought it was pretty funny. I was like, oh, well, our ECAC tonic, the AG one, it has the burdock root, slippery, sheep sorrel, slippery elm, and some stuff you didn't mention, but it's super good for the liver.
Oh yeah. Yeah, ECAC's always been, and ECAC, the first, like she makes the ECAC, which is a very traditional formula, right?
Mhm.
And the first time I ever heard of ECAC was again for supporting people going through cancer treatments. Like that's the first time I had ever heard of it. And this was like 30 years ago or something. And so yeah, you want to talk about it for a sec? Or?
Well, I mean, it's not just for digestion, so it wouldn't just apply just to this, but like, as far as like liver stuff, any blood purification stuff, they're all so good for that.
Hmm.
And again, it's in the vinegar, so it's like you do a shot and it's like how we do our tinctures and stuff and things like that anyway. But the main big amount herb is burdock.
Burdock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so yeah, has a handful of other ones that
Yeah.
are really good. And I just realized, I only have it on the Apothecary Geek site for the ingredients, so I'll make sure I get it
Right.
on that front site here with the
Yeah.
ingredients.
Like
But as far as detox stuff goes, I mean, we've had people who it tastes so good. They took too much because it tastes so good, because not all the tinctures taste
Right,
delicious, but
right.
ECAC actually tastes kind of delicious.
right.
And so you almost have to be like, don't take too much, because it is a detox.
Yeah. If we're going to keep talking about burdock sounds like a new girlfriend. And another thing about burdock, how like you're just like really into something. Um, there's this old formula, and the main ingredient is sanicle, which is this old school herb. But it's sanicle and then burdock, and then it's just tiny amounts of golden seal and mullein and myrrh. And it's a very old school formula. It was really big about 125 years ago. And it's just basically like a body cleanser. Like, you would take it and it just kind of cleans up the body. But if you look at what it cleans up, is it cleans up all the mucous membranes, like the mucous membranes in the gut and the lungs. It's not so much like you would use it to diminish a bunch of mucus in the nose. It's more about like cleaning up the membranes themselves, like old caked on chronic, thickened mucus. But it also kind of cleans up metabolic waste and, you know,
I don't know that you would use it the way we think of things now, where we think of it as like, oh, I'm trying to alleviate this symptom. You would just use it like, you know, how you do spring cleaning. You would kind of go through and just use it from time to time to do like a detox, cleanse through the body. And you just notice, like, I feel better, but you couldn't go, my digestion feels better. It's just like overall, you feel better, you know, but it's not super specific to an area or a symptom. You just, your whole organism just feels better. Like I would say it always makes me feel less sluggish is the best way to say it. Like I don't really think that I feel sluggish until I use that for about 2 weeks, and then I'm like, I was feeling kind of sluggish. You know, you just get used to things, and so yeah, burdock can be pretty amazing on a lot of levels. Yeah, yeah. I have that Sonical stuff if you guys ever
That's what I
want
was
it.
gonna say, we have
Yeah,
it.
yeah, we
I
have it.
like
I
it.
just
Yeah.
I made it for myself. I didn't really put it up. You know, because it's a hard thing to describe. It's like a good house cleaner. Like you just have them come up and they go through and clean things that you didn't even know was dirty, and you just go, it feels clean, but you don't know exactly what it is. It feels clean. You know, that's what that Sanocal's like. Yeah, yeah. Any other questions?
Uh, Not related to this stuff here. I did forget, we had somebody asking about hemorrhoids, before lunch.
Oh, okay. So hemorrhoids, that was one that I didn't put in this, not on purpose. I meant to, and it just didn't make the mix. But the best thing to do for treating hemorrhoids is the use of cypress. If you use cypress, again, 2 or 3 drops in water, at least once a day, but you could do 2 or 3 times a day. Cypress is very well tolerated. You know, it doesn't even have a strong smell. Inhalation really won't do it. You will need to take it internally, but just regular cypress, take it 2 or 3 times a day internally. And usually within a couple of days, you'll start to feel substantial relief from the hemorrhoids. And the reason cypress works is, for one, it's an astringent, and two, it helps in the reduction of accumulations. And so basically, if there's fluid, blood, lymph really accumulating in a particular area, cypress helps to move it. So whenever you have hemorrhoids, it's like an expanded like blood vessel, and so it helps to firm things up a little bit. And so yeah, cypress is the go-to thing for that. Go-to thing. Yeah.
That seems like a good.
Yeah.
good thing, so far.
So let's go, since we're on liver, I'm gonna backtrack and go to cholesterol.
That's good.
So if you go to page, I passed it here.
I have number 6 cholesterol.
Yeah, on page 35. Page 35. But, you know, like I wrote here, this is often referred to as a silent condition. You really don't know it until, you know, you get a test or something like that. But uh, it's basically a buildup of plaque in arteries and vessels and things like that. And so, you know, it's something that sometimes we have that's genetic, or sometimes it's as we age. We have a greater potential for it as we age. You know, it's not just like, oh, I ate some bad food or something. As we age, we have a greater potential for having cholesterol issues. And cholesterol support is what we use traditionally. But Google, like Guggul, very good for cholesterol. Helichrysum is very good for cholesterol, and rosemary verbena by themselves. Cholesterol support is rosemary verbena combined with cypress. And every once in a while for women, sometimes we need to combine it with Spanish sage instead of cypress. But most times the rosemary, verbena, and cypress combination works. And so again, it's something that you take internally, but if we look at things that it can, play a role in is, for one, chest pain, angina. You have a heaviness or a tightness in the chest. That can be a cholesterol related issue. Precursors to heart attacks, to strokes, peripheral artery disease. Um, uh, One of the symptoms is cramping in legs while walking because of reduced blood flow. Deposits of cholesterol can appear in the skin and around the eyes. Um, Gray or white ring around the cornea. Fatty deposits in the blood vessels. And so risk factors are diet and lack of exercise, weight, age, genetics, smoking, alcohol consumption, and diabetes. And so this is something that usually most people have an issue with at some point later in life. And later in life might be the 30s, could be the 40s, but like definitely late 40s, 50s, you start really looking at, what are the cholesterol levels. And so the cholesterol levels have changed over the years, especially with the development of medications. But we want to keep the bad cholesterol down as low as possible. So using this on a regular basis, it does need to be a daily treatment. Helps to reduce cholesterol levels. And so, usually with medications, they give you a thing called a statin to lower cholesterol. And, they have found over a period of time that if you use a statin, you have a significantly less chance of heart attack or stroke. Significant. So, you don't necessarily have to use a statin, but if you use things that keep the cholesterol levels down, it is good for the liver, but it's also good for the heart, right? So, um, if you see your doctor, they usually do some sort of blood panel and they'll tell you what your cholesterol is. If you're not seeing, you could start just treating it as is, as if I should say, you're improving liver function, you're improving heart function by going through and treating this. And a lot of times when they look at plaque in the arteries and blood vessels, they'll say something like, this is age you have age-related like plaque, which means there's plaque there, but it's normal for your age. They're looking for like excessive amounts. And so the idea of going through and treating it is always keeping it lower on the downside. The other thing that I would say about cholesterol is, sometimes if the veins are fragile, part of what the body does is it generates plaque to try to protect the veins from breaking. And so I go back to the use of quercetin. Some foods high in vitamin C or quercetin help with the integrity of the blood vessels, so that, that also could play a role, not by direct reduction of the cholesterol, but helping to prevent issues that maybe cholesterol might be produced in the body to help try to offset a particular problem in an area. So other than that, how about we'll take a break? We'll come back and we'll do a protocol, so we don't just have a day of me yakking at different things. So we'll come back at, was there anything else? I felt like there was something else.
Like liver related, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, was there another liver related thing? Okay.
Someone's
Well,
asking, how long do you take cholesterol support? Can
for
you?
yeah, for a long time. Like it's a long-term treatment. So, I would say you're probably going to be doing it for years.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can take a break from it, but if you have high cholesterol, you're probably going to be doing it for years. So, okay, how about we'll take a break. We'll come back at 5 till and we'll do a protocol. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We are going to go to page 6 under the functional issues. And we've been talking about the liver. We're going to do liver work here. There's a protocol that's listed, but this is one of those weekends where we can go off the tracks and do a bit more of a deeper dive. And so we're going to do a deeper dive. Your choices are bay laurel, carrot seed, coriander, Greenland moss, helichrysum, rosemary verbenan, tarragon, some form of thyme, intestinal detoxification, and then from the paper kit, I would say let's have you use the kit for purchase. Let's have you use actually vagal tone. Okay. Because part of the thing here is the more that we improve vagal tone in the liver, the greater the potential for it to release. And there's a couple oils that are not on this list that could have been. One is goldenrod, and another one is guava leaf. And Greenland moss, goldenrod, and guava leaf all increase vagal tone specific to the liver. You know, all these other things have a detoxification effect on the liver, but if we're looking at improving vagal tone, which is rest and repair mode, Greenland moss, goldenrod, and guava leaf are all there. It's just I didn't list goldenrod and guava leaf. Guava leaf, I don't think we even had on the site at the time that I was writing this. Goldenrod, we have on the site, but I always forget goldenrod. You know, we're doing a free class Father's Day weekend where we're doing the deep dive on vagal tone. And one of the things we'll be doing is a deep dive on vagal tone for the liver, which is basically going to be what we're doing a version of it right now. But we're going to work it more than just this particular pattern. We're going to add to this pattern a bit and really work the liver with a breathing process. All the things we talked about before the break were things that you do internally on a daily basis. But if you want to sit down and work the energetics of it, we're going to do what we're doing right now. Yeah. Okay. So I think we've had enough time to kind of gather up what oil that you're using. And again, the one that's the kit for purchase, we're having you use vagal tone. You're using Greenland moss? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you're on mute for a second. So Just be still. Notice how you feel before we even get started. Just notice how you feel. Feel your body, feel your emotions. Notice your thoughts in your mind. Sam, you did good. 1 second. Good. Notice how you feel. Now let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Your back solar plexus. Okay, so yeah, so you're still on your back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. Your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on your navel. And then an inch and a half below your navel. And pause. Just be still. Okay, that first time through was normal time. Now let's go off the tracks. So again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Okay, and let that go for a second. So we're gonna do some processes, and then we're gonna also be talking it out at the same time. So we'll do it, we'll stop, we'll talk, and then we'll do it some more. Right. So right now, I'm going to have you put your awareness on the liver, right hand side of your body below the ribs. So your awareness is on the right hand side of your body below the ribs. Begin inhaling. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're on the front side of the liver. Just go to the back side. You're on that same spot, but on the back side. Right hand side, but on the back. Then we just pause and be still for a moment. Mm. Let's go to the back solar plexus again. The mid back area below the shoulder blades. You're on the back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Okay, let it go for a moment. Notice how you feel. Okay, so let's just talk about this for a second. So we're working the liver, but when we think about it in an intellectual way, we always think about it as just the liver by itself, or the liver maybe as it influences different things. But there's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of layers in any area that we treat. And here we're talking about the liver. Physical, emotional, mental, spiritual slash mystical aspects can be seen in anything that we do, anything that we treat, even when we're looking at it at a very base level. There's a lot more going on than what we're talking about. So if we look at the idea of, if we just stop with the liver for a moment, and we look at the idea of the three brains, right? So three brains being the brain as the what we would call the mental aspect, or like our thoughts and cognitive processes. The second brain being the brain in the gut, which is our emotional brain. And then we have the third brain that is tied to the sex chakra, or the root brain, not the root chakra, but the root brain. And this is our instinctive responses. You could say there's a physical aspect, emotional aspect, and kind of a mental aspect with this alignment of the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and then the brain. On one level, there's a thing that you would call like the subconscious realm, the aspects of the mind where it's not in our immediate awareness. But if we think about it, like, if you think about like something in the fifth grade, for example, it's not that you're thinking about it all the time, but you go back and you start thinking about it and you go, oh, yeah, I remember, whatever. That kid used to steal my lunch all the time. You've completely forgot about it, but you had to go somewhere to access it, right? So there's a thing that has to do with the past and even the distant past, the subconscious or the subconscious realm, right? And so it's below our everyday awareness, right? But then there's this other aspect of what you would call emotional currents. And if you really observe your emotions, they're not constant. They fluctuate. There's like, oh, I feel amazing. And then it kind of goes away. And oh, I'm so upset. What was I thinking about? Like, it's constantly fluctuating, just like the waves of the ocean. like some strong emotion kind of comes in and then it passes, and then another emotion comes in and then it passes. And mystically, this is known as the currents of emotion. And the currents of emotion still run through the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and the brain, right? So there's different things that can potentially run through these three aspects. Some of them might be instinctual, some of them might be in the subconscious, some of it might be emotion, some of it might be that it turns out to be something mental, right? And so if we look at the liver is an area or an aspect of detoxification. It detoxifies the body. It detoxifies the things that are poisonous from medications, from foods, from something in the water, whatever it is. It goes through and it processes these things out. It's also processing things that are associated with the immune system. It's processing things that are even hormonal, right? So even excessive amounts of testosterone, excessive amounts of estrogen, other hormones will accumulate in the liver. Now, the thing with these hormones are really what makes up a good piece of our lower mind. A lot of what we call our thought processes is really a hormonal process. It's not purely like we're just thinking things out of the blue and we're like, oh, I had this idea. So no, you had this hormonal reaction and that made you think a particular way. And as we go through and refine ourselves, we start to differentiate between hormonal thinking and like higher thinking, higher cognitive processes. But for the most part, it's just like a reaction to the environment. Now, if we take this a step further, when an environment is toxic, we're not just talking about now poor air quality or pesticides or, things you touch, but when there is a toxic place at work or a toxic thing in the family or somebody's really upset at you or somebody's really angry at you or a group of people are angry at you and they're like, why how could you do that? And they have their whole list of grievances, be it real or imagined on their part, it's still a projection towards you, right? One of the areas that it hits the most, yes, it will hit your energy body. Yes, it will hit, certain parts of your physiology. The part that it probably hits the hardest is your liver. And just like your liver processes toxicity within the body, it also processes toxicity from the outside directed at you. Now, it could be specifically towards you, or it could be the environment. You walk into a stressed office or an office where there's been an argument or there's been some act of violence and it wasn't directed at you, but you walked in and you're like, oh, this doesn't feel that good. Like emotionally, mentally, you go, maybe it doesn't feel that good. Or your body feels like, oh, that doesn't feel that good. Your liver is like, this really doesn't feel good. The liver got impacted probably more than anything else in your physiology. So sometimes when you're detoxifying, you're not just detoxifying things in your blood or in your body. You're detoxifying things from the environment. People having negative attentions towards you, negative environments, negative situations in the workplace or in the family. Part of the issue is the liver is a detoxifier across the board. Physical, emotional, even mental to a certain extent. And so we want to be able to go through and detoxify not just on a physical level, but we want to purify even deeper, right? So a lot of times when you go through and you start to do detoxification, physical detoxification, that helps the body to feel better. But part of why it makes the body feel better is you're also detoxifying negative projections that have been directed at you and negative energies or emotional energies that are radiatory, like a stressed out office. They weren't stressed out at you, but you're in the office, so you absorb some of that toxic energy, that toxic response in your physiology, and it impacted the liver. So as we go through and we do this, part of what you're unwinding is multiple forms of toxicity, not just one kind of toxicity, right? If that makes sense. So when we go through and we do this liver detoxification, we're going to utilize part of the three brains, right? But we're going to do it at the same time with the liver. So your awareness is going to be on the liver and the sex chakra at the same time. It's going to be on the liver and the solar plexus at the same time. And then it will be your liver and your brain at the same time. And so you're getting a physical detoxification, you're getting an emotional detoxification, and somewhat of a mental detoxification by going through and doing this. Okay, so we prepped and got the juices flowing, so to speak, and now we're going to do a deeper type of detoxification. This will still have a physical impact, but it will also have a deeper energetic, emotional, and mental impact as well. Okay, so your awareness is going to be on your liver on the front side. So right side of your body below your ribs. Let's just start with the liver. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let that go for a moment. Now, your awareness is on the liver, right hand side below the ribs, and your sex chakra both at the same time. Liver and sex chakra both at the same time. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The liver and sex chakra both at the same time. No, let it go. Just let it go for a moment. Just by doing this liver and sixth chakra together, your liver starts to go through a healing process. Just let it incubate for a little bit. Yeah, you okay? A little intense, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to do the front solar plexus. So the area below your ribs and off to the right, your liver, both at the same time. Just lean into it. So front solar and liver both at the same time. Front solar and your liver both at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let it go. Just keep your eyes closed. We're going to just be still for a minute or two. Okay, we're going to do the same oil. This time your awareness is on your brain and liver both at the same time. Your brain and liver both at the same time. brain and your front solar plexus. Oh, excuse me, brain and your liver. Making me space. I'm not even doing it. And then just be still. Close your eyes, just laying back. Let it incubate for a moment. This is deep healing on the liver. Mm. Look up in there. Okay, so we've done the three brains, the first brain, the second brain, the third brain. Now we're going to do the four quadrants. You're going to use the same oil, but now the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, all the way down to the left outer ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now do the front side, the whole front side. Face, throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the front of the legs to the tops of the feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm. Now move to the right side. Right side of your face, neck, your right shoulder, ribs, the right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. and then the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, the whole back, the back of the hips, down the back of the legs to the heels. And then just pause and let go. Just let it incubate for a moment. You're just letting it incubate. Just being still for a moment, let it incubate. We're still going to do just a little tiny bit more. This is just to clean up the crime scene. You know, we're expelling out energies, whatever. So if you didn't get the kit for purchase, do the same thing. But if you got the kit for purchase, or you did the cultivating the mystic heart, pull out the ENS equilibrium blend. If you didn't do the kit for purchase or that class, then continue to use the same oil that you've been using this whole process. Okay. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar plexus. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of the tailbone. Uh, Throat. Your awareness is on the throat. The navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Awareness is on the navel. And then an inch and a half below the navel. May do a whole special thing on just like different things. One being the liver, other being the kidneys, lungs. Yeah, I haven't made it yet, but yeah. Okay, just let it all go. Just let the body rest for a minute, let it incubate. So you just stimulated the liver to go into a very strong healing cycle specific to the liver. The ENS, or the enteric nervous system equilibrium blend, was like a magnifier of the process. And that works for a lot of things that are in the digestive tract. You know, you could use it as a little seasoning, a little amplification to anything that you're doing. And so it was in the kit for purchase here, but it was also in that class, what was it, cultivating the mystical heart. Yeah. You know, in that class we went through the different parts of the nervous system, but you could see why we were saving the liver. I kept going, oh, we'll do a little later, we'll do a little later. We talked about it, but you know, I wanted to do a deep practice when I did some of the liver work. And I think you can see why. It's relaxing, but what would you say?
I kind of say it's a little intense.
Yeah.
There's something happening.
Yeah, there's something happening. Samantha feels it's very intense. When I do it, I would say intense, like I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead and share and ask questions. Unmute yourself. If it's a little too much, we'll maybe take a break and come back, but we'll give it a shot right now.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Greg, I want
I
to
just
start
called you
out.
Rob for some reason. I don't know why.
It works. I wanted to start out with a funny picture here. Do you remember Silly Putty?
Oh, yeah.
where you could, sort of pull it apart and then knead it back together and twist it and torment it.
Mhm.
I felt that's sort of like what we did, but we had to also throw salt over our left shoulder, take a salt bath, then
Right.
put ourselves through the dishwasher and then the clothes dryer.
Right, right.
Okay, I felt like this was so amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
When we did the liver and sex chakra together, I felt this release,
Hmm.
like release of stuff I didn't even know was there.
Hmm.
And now as I sort of feel into my liver, it's like it's brand new again.
Hmm.
It it it's not that it's over energized, it's not doesn't feel congested, doesn't feel irritated, doesn't feel confused. It's just there.
Right. Yeah, the thing with I almost started doing this like a while back, where we do like an organ and the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and the brain. But I don't know. I just felt the time probably wasn't right. It's intense work, and I like the idea of having the foundation of like this booklet, like when we go through and do it, like you have a lot of like, okay, I have a bunch of different conditions and I have symptoms that I can address and I can look at functional things. And you notice here, like I didn't put anything energetic, I didn't put anything mystical. It was just like solid, kind of normal, everyday kinds of information. But within that, there's still like layers that could be worked. And I think like the booklet lays a good foundation for the things that we would want to go through and address. But within that, we can still start keep taking it a little deeper and a little deeper and a little deeper. And here you really are working some instinctual reactions and emotional components. Um, I would say probably more than anything, uh, like the emotional waves that can come through, the current of emotions. And we just think of emotions as emotions, but there is a kind of like current or tide to them. And there's times where you don't feel very emotional, and then there's times where I feel very emotional, and it's really tied to it from a planetary aspect, the inner teachings that has to do with the moon. And it's the whole thing with like people freak out on a full moon and the tides of the ocean, and women have their cycle on a full moon sometimes, or things like this. It has to do with fluids in the body and the tides of emotion. And going through and treating like the kidneys and the liver, all of that has an impact on that flow of emotions, of those lower emotions, of the anger, of the fear, of the anxieties that come up. And to like kind of treat them all at once by putting awareness on the anatomy. Here it was the liver, and then the sex chakra and the solar plexus and the brain. You're utilizing that circuitry of the three brains to stimulate a very deep healing process that's like physical, emotional, mental, and you're deepening the connection between the mind and the body in ways that it really opens up the pathway of how the body and the mind communicate. And I go back to the thing that I was saying earlier, that the body doesn't feel the need to scream to be heard. Like if you can calm down the body's need to like scream to get the attention of the mind, then there's a greater level of harmony and there's a greater level of healing that can happen when the mind and the body start dating. You know what I mean? Is the best way to start saying it. Is before they live in separate bedrooms, but at some point they're like, let's have a date night or something like that, and things start to become easier to recognize and they start to become easier to resolve. And this was in this area, really binding those two things together in this area. The liver, or digestive tract somewhat, but mostly the liver. And if you scan your liver right now, you can notice like there's some energy there, but it's like it's movement, it's healing. Like the liver is going through a healing process right now.
Hmm. Hmm. So your comment about there's even deeper levels, as I was going through this, I was like, especially the part with the three brains, can the transmutation chakras of the three brains be put in here to bring it
They
even deeper?
could. They like I would say eventually going through and just doing front back. But like whenever I've done it like with this, it's had an impact, but it wasn't massive. Like it was, like doing the three brains by himself, where you do the sex chakra and then the Ming Men and then the front solar plexus and the back heart, brain and then crown, by itself, I would say so. But here,
Didn't make
it
much
it,
difference.
it was like, yeah, it felt to me like a little bit like busy work. Like, like, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I feel something, but I don't know that it was really producing a whole lot. And so, yeah,
Ego aspect trying to throw its 2 cents worth
yeah,
into
yeah.
it. Okay.
I would say the thing that's gonna make certain aspects of healing deeper is that we tied in the ENS here. Some of the parts from the Cultivating the Mystic Heart, where we did a deeper dive into the nervous system. And then in the heart and the thousand petaled lotus that we're doing in a few weeks, um, that's going to be tying in more of you're working with angelic energies, but you're working with them like down in the body, like a lot more. Like you're engaging the processes that can harness the angelic energies to a much greater degree. And so that class is kind of an angelic class and it's kind of a healing class. Like, it really depends on the perspective, but it will take stimulating the healing processes in different areas in the body to a much greater degree, like a ability to heal on a much deeper level. And really the reason being that sometimes we look at healing as just physical healing, but there's still an emotional component, there's still a mental component. And you could say there's like a karmic weight that sometimes is a little bit of a stumbling block in some of these areas. And that's the beauty of working with the angelic energies is certain aspects of working with angels is specifically about addressing, like, you could call it karmic issues, but I like the term karmic weight. Like sometimes there's just a weight there that you keep trying and you keep trying and you're like, nothing happens. And it's almost like you keep building your muscles to finally, I'm gonna address this at some point. And at first you try to do it and it's like nothing, and then nothing, and then nothing. But really it's like building up a kind of strength or a kind of momentum internally that allows you to start addressing those issues, be it that you're learning something, breaking a pattern, healing out of something, walking out of something, whatever it might be. Um, Sometimes when we're dealing with the health issues, there is the emotional mental component, but sometimes there's like a weight there that needs to be like lifted, and it just takes like not just constant effort, but it's like how I keep talking about, like you keep coming at it from different angles. And part of what you're doing is you kind of keep trying to, I'm going to lift this like depression or this um uh I don't know, it feels like a gravity of sorts. Like I'm going to lift this gravity out of the body, this degeneration out of the body. And, there's some of the degeneration is just age related and it is what it is. But, we all have our own issues that we're kind of struggling with. And some of it, why we have such a hard time is as a culmination of those things.
So you're using the phrase karmic weight as in a heaviness.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Could it also be a karmic weight as in pause?
As in what?
A pause?
It could be, like how do you mean the pause?
Uh, It's not yet time to proceed.
Yeah.
We have to
Okay. Yeah.
stay.
Yeah. It could be, but I would say, even that pause could be accelerated depending on our effort and our perception and the level and degree of intuition. Because a lot of times, the reason why there's a pause there is it's just lack of intuition, lack of movement, lack of spontaneity, lack of being able to perceive it. And so, you know,
So
many
we're
years
not yet
ago,
more
like,
of a
yeah,
not yet ready. Like,
yeah,
okay.
many years ago, like I had a conversation with Master Cha, the guru, and I was treating a lot of cancer patients at the time, like a lot. And I started noticing that when I was scanning or looking, most of the patients I could see it. But there was always like this small group of patients where when I scanned, when I looked at the energy field for the pattern, when I would look clairvoyantly, I couldn't see a thing. Like I couldn't feel it, couldn't see it, couldn't anything. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Like what am I needing to refine? What am I needing to improve to be able to see this? Like how am I not seeing it? And sometimes I thought, well, maybe the energy field is so contaminated with the cancer that it's not so much that there's cancer everywhere, but it's low vibration and dirty, and I can't see the differentiation. And every once in a while that was the case. But I said to him, I go, there's just times where I can't see it. And he looked at me and he kind of was quiet for a minute and he goes, sometimes you're not supposed to. And I was like, mm. I took it at first that there was something wrong with me. And he goes, no, sometimes for whatever reason, that has to play out in the person. And I was like, and he goes, that's why you have them do certain kinds of meditations. That's why you have them bless. That's why you have them do acts of service or some sort of tithing or something so that that potentially can be resolved. And I think that's also what you're calling a little bit of like a pause is I started thinking about it. Um, I don't know that it was that they weren't karmically entitled. I started looking at everybody and um, everybody that I had that issue with where I couldn't see it, they were very in their head. They were very intellectual about it. Like they were very, very repetitive and like there was, I don't want to say resistance to healing, but anything new or different, they weren't really that open to. They were coming to a guy like me because it was so serious that they were wanting to try everything, but they also weren't open to the healing process itself. And I never got to have the further conversation with him about it, but I suspect that like intellect has a hard time dealing with the karmic issue as far as resolving it. Like you really just get when intellect is dealing with a karmic issue, here like some sort of healing, it just, it's a lot of cause and effect, and you just get beat up a lot. Eventually you might get better, but you get beat up a lot. And the thing that's the remedy for it is the intuitive process, bringing in the intuitive process. And then you start to perceive and you start to shift, you start to do things differently, you start to have realizations, you start to have all these things, and you break out of that repetitive pattern. But when people are so intellectual about it, um, it's hard to pull them off. It's like they're on a merry-go-round that you keep trying to pull them off, and they're just going by too fast, and you just can't get it. And I would start suggesting things like meditation, just ways to try to break out of that intellect. And I noticed that the ones that were having that difficulty, where I couldn't see things, I couldn't get them to do anything other than the things that they were going to do, including even things that were very simple, like, okay, maybe don't eat meat while we're going through this process, or, because even science, the medical profession recognizes that animal proteins, when somebody has cancer, it doesn't cause the cancer, but it does make it harder to treat and sometimes accelerates the growth. And, even if I presented it in like a scientific way rather than an energetic way, they're having no part of it, no part. And so, you know, I think it just goes back to the intellectual thing, the repetition of the mind, or, you know, the process, and the body would be homeostasis, but I don't know. It's just a thought.
Thank you very much. This protocol we just did was, to me, the icing on the cake.
For the weekend, yeah.
Yeah, it was just like I didn't expect it, and it started off simple and then grew beyond anything I could imagine.
Yeah. It's into, like I was telling Samantha, like we were just talking, should we throw this up on the site, or, because we want to put the whole digestive thing. And I was like, oh, this might be too intense for the website. This might have to be one of those things that's like in a class, or we can guide people through, because I have a version of this for the lungs, the kidneys, the gallbladder, and the spleen. But we'll we'll do it in due time.
Yeah, I could tell by the length of pauses
Yeah.
that most people wouldn't
Mm.
would blow right through it and miss it
Yeah.
because
The pauses make it stronger. You're just
yes,
kind of sitting there chilling out, but like if you do like slow and methodical, and then you let there be a pause, you know, it makes it so that you have to do less repetition of the process itself.
yeah, and it wasn't just a pause. It was a space for something to come in,
Yeah.
a big space.
Yeah. So something was happening. It's almost like you step back and go, okay, let it happen. And
It
then you just
wasn't a
kind of
period
watch
at
it.
the end of it wasn't a period at the end of the sentence. That's too long. It wasn't a
Right,
comma. It
right,
was a semicolon,
right, right.
somewhere in between.
Yeah,
And it was so long that it made me stay in that pause and not have my mental aspect draw
yeah,
me off somewhere else.
right.
So that was wonderful. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
you're so welcome. I mean, even if you think about like the ones that did the class, the cultivating the mystical heart, right? That's what we called it. Um, you know, some people off Zoom like emailed us later and said that was like really deeply healing, but like the people in person, a couple of people said that was the deepest healing I've ever had. But if you paid attention to what was happening, a lot of times we do the processes 2 or 3 times. I did each process once, just once, but I went slow with pauses. And the slow with a pause is actually more deeply healing than the quick, like going through the process and then over and and doing them 3 or 4 times. But the emphasis is it's intense. Like it's like, it was very short processes in that class, but I mean everybody was like, whoa. It got really deep, and that's for every once in a while. That's not like an everyday thing, you know.
Just once a month.
Yeah, just every once in a while you do it. Yeah, once a month. Because we do like a new class once a month.
Yeah,
So it's like every
exactly.
once a month. Yeah, yeah, I
Yes,
agree.
you got it.
Yeah, yeah.
I sort of have a feeling that the Heart in the Thousand Petal Lotus is going to be the next one.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm more excited. I'm quietly excited about it. The It's a much deeper practice that has very practical process, practices to it. But you know, it's accessing parts of the mind that just don't get accessed in normal ways. And it refines the intellect in ways that just don't normally happen. You really have to cultivate that part. And I mean, there's going to be a little series of different classes over the next few months, but I would say just doing that class will make you smarter. Like it will make you way more smart, way more smart.
Yeah, way more smarter.
uh, uh, because it's putting together like the alchemies of like what a genius would be, and the ability to process information, perceive, and work it in intuition and in dreams and your psychic perceptions, as well as how we were talking about the currents of emotion that flow through you, the subconscious realms, but done in a way that's like very practical, very, very practical. It's mystical, but practical all at the same time. Yeah.
And protocol we did was a very practical protocol,
Hmm.
but it pulled in all those aspects, all these
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
access of understanding and
Yeah.
integrated them.
Right.
And
Because
then
even healing, there's different levels of healing. And a lot of times, like when you hear different modalities or something, there's a certain level of healing that can happen. But you can really take something to where even healing, like here we did the liver, there's a lot more that happened than just liver healing. You know what I mean? A lot more happened just now than liver healing. But we use the liver as like a doorway or an access point to do something that you just couldn't do by conjuring it up, so to speak.
it's
It's a,
almost
it's a
like
hard thing to explain to the general public, but like you guys have been doing stuff with the classes for so long that it becomes easier to go into those deeper things. But
it's like the four quadrants.
mhm.
It's you're just using the side of the body to hold energy in a spot.
Right, right.
And but you can't tell someone that because they wouldn't get it.
Right.
So you have to give them something physical to anchor it to, I guess.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's still the mind has to have something to anchor onto.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, this was very fun. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. You can see why I was saving the liver for like, oh, we'll do a little bit later. Because it's
Yes, I
kind of
like
like
that.
everybody's cooked after this. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Tracy.
Hey.
Hi. So, so that one was very good. And, I'm the one that like busted the knee yesterday, tripping and falling. So I used Tarragon
Mhm.
and I'd already put some helichrysum on it, but I used Tarragon for that last process and stopped hurting.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the,
Because some of the pain is those emotional currents.
oh yeah,
So
hurt my
it's
feelings so bad.
yeah, yeah. But I would say, physical pain causes the emotion of hurt feelings, but also the body being injured, the body starts generating a lot of emotion. And so it's not like your higher emotions were like, oh, my feelings are hurt. Your body was hurt. And it's basically starts screaming at the brain,
Yeah.
hey, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Ugh. And anytime that there's pain, um, it's a very common thing. Like there's a lot of excess lower emotion that gets generated.
It,
I used to have these conversations with a couple of acupuncturist friends of mine, and we would discuss, back in the day, the doctors were very liberal with like, Vicodin and, morphine and, especially like really chronic things. And we were all treating people that had serious enough um, injuries or degeneration in the body that they were on morphine. And we all had similar experiences that like the morphine patients would come in and we weren't trying to get them off the morphine. We were just trying to help them with I mean, because they usually had substantial like injuries or degeneration in the body, like substantial. Um, but when they would come in for treatment, we would share our experiences, and they were all very aggressive, very kind of angry and kind of hostile, and you know, um, super demanding, but like the demanding part was like the aggression, like you know, one of the acupuncturists had me come in and just like kind of help and observe a little bit because we were doing things where we were trying to learn like different approaches on how to help this population. And so he had me come and observe. And there was this little lady that was probably, 90 pounds soaking wet. And at one point in her session, she backed both of us up into a corner, like, because she was so aggressive. We were like, okay, yeah, 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 yeah. And, it's, uh, after she left, we talked and it's the pain talking, like their body has that sense of like hurt feelings. And it's like, okay, who's hurting my feelings? And so the aggression comes out of trying to make sense out of those emotions. And, I think at first people would say, like, oh, they have emotional issues. And it's just like that current needs to be turned off, like or it needs to be calmed or regulated. And so what we were talking about is like, you know, what approach can we do to calm that current of emotion that flows through somebody that is in so much pain that they have to be in morphine, and I don't know that we ever came up with a great answer. I think I could come up with a much better answer now. But back then, uh, we didn't have the information that we have about like vagal tone. You know, this was a long time ago. And I think that's a somewhat of a game changer. It's not completely a game changer, but it's somewhat of a game changer. But you know, you start adding in some of the other things that come because of your awareness of that. And I think we could calm it down quite a bit these days. You know,
So it makes me think of my mom when she got the Alzheimer's and she was having to stay in bed a lot.
Mhm.
And they go through, and I think all of them do, they go through this period of time where they will just knock you silly when you come in and try to do anything
Yeah,
to them.
yeah, no, yeah,
And
yeah, that's it. Yeah,
yeah, and she was a little bitty thing, 90, 80
yeah,
pounds, 90 pounds.
yeah.
But I think, I wonder if that's what it was, she
Yeah,
just so
it's not
uncomfortable.
personal,
And
it's not emotional, it's not like she's angry at Tracy. She's just angry because her body hurts, you
yeah.
know. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
Makes me it's interesting because my dad never went through that, and he had bone cancer, He never went through that anger part. Maybe I don't know. It's
Well,
very weird.
so it could be anger, but it also could be fear,
Oh,
you know.
he had
So
that. He did have a
yeah,
little bit of fear.
so it doesn't always manifest as anger.
Okay, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, this has been very helpful. Like, you know, uh, part of the hurt feelings things was, wow, my back just started feeling better. And what do? I fall in a hole that some kid has made
Oh yeah.
and tripped
I
and
hear you.
fall. I'm
Yeah.
like, "Rrr." But this, and back when I was first diagnosed with fibromyalgia way back in 95,
Mhm.
um, it really took me several years to work my way through it. And I really got to the other side, and I felt a lot better, and I was good for a long while. And this kind of feels the same way. It's like, okay, what changes do I need? Because back then I was like, okay, what changes do I need to make?
Mhm. Mhm.
And so when you were talking about that day, I'm like, oh yeah,
The Heart
okay.
in a Thousand Petal Lotus should help your fibromyalgia, by the way.
The what now?
The Heart in a Thousand Petal Lotus
Oh, the
should help
class.
should help the fibromyalgia.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Gary. I appreciate you.
I had a similar time. I did this thing where I fell and bruised my kneecap really bad, like really bad. And you know, it doesn't cause any structural issue. It's just like walking and standing is really super painful, like really painful. And I didn't fracture it or anything, but it had like a bone bruise. And it took like probably 4 to 5 months to heal.
Wow.
And I finally got to the week where I was like, I'm not having pain when I stand. And it's a really odd injury. Like it's a really bizarre injury. Like that's not a very common injury at all. Within a week, I bruised the other kneecap. Yeah. And I was like, is it me? Like,
What
what
did I do in a
the
previous
F
lifetime? Thank you.
is, yeah, like what is going on? Like, and another 4 or 5 months, you know, and
What did you learn anything from that experience that
I learned not to fall on my kneecaps. Uh,
watch where you're going?
I think that it was a time where that emotional current was pretty high in me, you know, and I was also going. You know I didn't know it at the time, but I would say there was like a karmic acceleration happening at that time
Yeah.
where I I was still functioning and life on one level was stable, but I was dealing with just a lot of crap. Just you know, it was just one thing after another was happening. And it wasn't like I was making bad choices. It was just like I'd get something stabilized and then something else would hit me over the head. And then something else would hit me over the head. And that's about the time that I started doing healing. And when I started doing healing, it all started to stabilize and stop.
So
And you know,
I'm
like
in my
not healing on
second.
myself, I started doing healing on other people.
Yeah, I probably need to start doing that too.
Yeah, yeah.
This is my second Saturn return.
Mhm.
So, and I just got through with Saturn before my birthday. So, it's just like a
Yeah.
double whammy and
Yeah.
we sock and all
Yeah.
that. So,
Yeah.
but
Saturn definitely builds character.
yeah, and I've got I've got the emotional stuff from the office that I can't seem to get any resolution to because Brian has
Yeah.
definite ways he
And
wants
you
to do
had
things.
both parents pass in
Yeah.
a close amount of time. You had weird thing with the family, like like you
Three
had,
times COVID 3 times. Come
yeah,
on now.
like you had you had a bit of a time there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would call like a kind of acceleration.
Yeah, it did feel
It's
like that.
just, it's just things happened and out of your control, but they happened, and you just try to stabilize the boat and just keep moving through it.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
Thanks for being my rudder. Will we a rudder or an
Right,
anchor?
right. I think of myself more as a barnacle, but yeah.
And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
What does ENS stand for again?
Enteric nervous system.
Okay. And then there was a suspicious death in my family, and then there was been attempt to take her assets, and
Is this recent or like a while back?
this is recent.
Oh,
And
wow. Sorry to hear that.
well, yeah, and then she got buried. I think the 9th of May. And anyway, so so then when I found out about the trying to take the estate Friday, all of a sudden I got really cold and I haven't warmed up. And this afternoon it's gotten worse. My usual temperature is 97.6, but it can drop to 95 and I start in.
Wow. So your temperature dropped quite a bit.
I can go into hypothermia. So because I have autonomic dysregulation and I don't regulate temperature right. And so anyway, I can't get warm up and it's getting worse. And so I'm not sure if it's them or one of them lives where there's a lot of black magic or
I would say, do you have some anise?
yes.
Try inhaling anise. And, the thing with the anise is it would help to balance out both the sympathetic and parasympathetic parts of the nervous system. Rosemary could as well, but anise is a little bit more balancing. See if that doesn't help. Like anise or rosemary, possibly even oregano, but just inhale it.
What about what is that? Uh, that sadness and
Sadness and grief would be good for like the emotional component, but here I would say like trying to balance out the nervous system would be good with your temperature drop like that.
and so you said anise,
Or rosemary.
rosemary.
Anise, rosemary, or oregano.
Okay, and do you see any attacks happening?
Not too bad.
Because I'm supposed to be the executor of the will, and so the attempt is to take the whole thing, including my position in it. But it's not. They're not doing it through court. They have documents. I mean, they made documents. I don't. I don't know how they're doing it, but I talked to the bank and stuff and the court.
Yeah.
They're not filing in court so far, but
Try the Anison or the
they've changed
rosemary
the
or
acids.
oregano,
Do
just
you
to see
see
if you
any,
can balance out your nervous system there.
do you see any attacks?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah. 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 I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we had some shares and questions as well. But just a sec. Let's get go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. Thank you for all of this. I don't even have words to say how I feel after this last process. It seems maybe different from anything else. But I have a question, which is, and I mentioned this before, that I can tend to get congested. I'm fine now. Everything feels great. Like the next day. And an example of that is, oh boy, we suck. Sometime I need some help with that. I had a horrible migraine the next day and just ached all over. But anyway, back to this class. So is there anything I can use to keep the energy flowing? Because I assume we're expelling a lot of stuff. So things don't
expelling, like I'd say probably more shifting than expelling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like this wasn't so much a big like you're expelling off tons of energy. You're kind of shifting the like your physiology a bit.
Oh, okay.
So it's usually the day after you feel a little weird or a little headachy or
Yes. So I wondered, we had the rose geranium spray recently, and you just said it was a good cleanser. I was, and I was wondering about that.
Yeah, you could try that. I would say that it's probably a little bit more of like a shift in the homeostasis. And so I would say a couple things I would try is I would try both something for homeostasis, like reset, or just enhancing the body's ability to shift. And so the reset for homeostasis would be like valerian or spikenard. And you could just inhale it. Like, you might want to take a bath in it, but I would say inhale it first just to see if it eased something. And then for the allostasis, things that are in the Artemisia family. So like mugwort, tarragon, sweet Annie, something like that. And see if inhaling that diminishes that, because that would be about allowing the shift to continue to happen and deepening that process. My guess is it's probably going to be the spikenard or the valerian. Valerian is probably the best for resetting the homeostasis mechanism, like when it gets a little wonky or something. But spikenard is close enough that if you don't have valerian, you could use it. I would try that first, and then if that didn't resolve it, then I'd go to the other side of the spectrum and try like mugwort, artemisia, tarragon, sweet Annie, anua, something like that. Sweet Annie kind of cleans the aura, the health rays. It's not like how each of the blends do, but it's like a good, like general energetic cleanser for just those basic ideas of the energy body.
Okay, so are you saying maybe after the class or after?
I would say the next day, like when you start to feel a little funky. Yeah.
Well, wait. Well, say like I'm not talking about a little funky, if it's a bad migraine, it's a bad one. It's like,
Mhm.
I hate to wait till it's full.
Do you get it in
I'll wake up at 4:30 in the morning or something like that with it. I like to kind of head it off. I think it's what
then try one of those like before bed.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But again, today is a little different thing.
Yeah, you're not really, it's not like you're kicking off a bunch of energy. You're really more shifting your physiology and a little bit different than just cleansing and energizing. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. Thank you for these great classes.
Good, good. Yeah, let us know how that goes though.
All right. Let me go to the what is the best oil for this liver process?
The best one I would say would be Greenland moss. Again, they're not listed, but goldenrod or guava leaf. Helichrysum would also be in there. The other ones would work. Rosemary would still be pretty high up. All of them are kind of an A choice, but if you were really looking at like making the shift, Greenland moss, goldenrod, and guava leaf all improve the vagal tone of the liver. And so, when we do the deep vagal tone class in June, we'll be there in Birmingham actually with some, Tracy and Dorothy in person. We'll have a blend that's like liver vagal tone that we'll have available for the kit for purchase. And, it's a combination of those things and a little bit of something else. And it's to improve the vagal tone so that area can shift and heal. All of these would move you in that direction, but that blend is, you used that today. It was pretty nice. Yeah.
That was great. It was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. And so those would probably be my first choices, just because of the impact. And then to do that last cycle with ENS, that enteric nervous system equilibrium, because, that's really specific to anything in the digestive system. The abdominal cavity is all, impacted by that part of the nervous system. And so that highly amplified the effects. So that's if you had like A plus 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 plus, that's what I would do. Yeah.
And then this was a share right after we did, I think, the first cycle of that liver process when we did the back solar plexus liver, back liver, that one. And they said the physical heart is very heavy with some sadness.
Yeah, I think that there's probably some emotion for everybody being processed a little bit, but is that heaviness still there, or did it shift or change, or is it still lingering?
You do not have to unmute,
Yeah,
just
it's not there now. It's gone.
it's gone.
Oh,
It's not there, but usually I tend to have a lot of issues on the left side, like
okay.
the left side of the shoulder, left side of the hip, left heel, and left breast or left armpit on left side of the. So it tends to have a lot on the left side. So I was wondering if there is some essential oil that I can use or something.
Like, so when you say issues on the left side, like it's like tension or pain or?
I feel like I pick up others' emotions in my physical body, and then when it hits in my left hip, like it feels like a vortex, like a big hole, and then it tends to feel on the left side of the stomach or left side of the throat. So it's just the entire left side of it, especially the throat. It hits the throat, especially on the left side and left hip. And these days it started feeling on the left side of the left heel, and then left arm, so on. So when you were walking us through on 4 sides, it was very interesting for me, very physical experience. So left side and sex chakra, I got very hot. And then when we got the left solar plexus, very cold on the left side. But eventually just before we moved away, so much joy, so much joy. And then when we went to brain, there was like flashes of light coming from brain to the liver, and then felt very warm. But when we moved to the left side of the body, very tight and constriction, and there was no pain at that time. Then we moved to the right side of the body. Then I felt cold feet tingling in the gallbladder, and then slowly left side started to tighten up. But eventually, I think now when you ask me, is it there? It's not there.
Okay.
It's gone.
I'm looking something up here real quick while. I don't know that we have this on the, do we have neocortex on the site?
Robert will let me know in just a second. Yes, we do.
Okay, so there's a blend called neocortex. It's out of a class about a month ago or something. I would actually try doing that.
Okay.
The pattern would be the brain, the spine, and then brain spine, and then brain soles of the feet.
Okay.
I would try that. If you want to look, with oils that you might have, either Douglas fir or white pine
Okay.
would kind of help. Like
Okay.
I think the neocortex would help. It's probably not going to do it immediately, but like if you do it over a period of time, and like
Okay.
how we did the 4 quadrants, let's have you do the four
Yeah.
quadrants with it as well. So do
Okay.
the first pattern and then the 4 quadrants second. And I think over a period of time, it could help to balance out the two sides of the body and kind of calm down that left side of the body.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah,
And
you're
I
so welcome.
remember whenever I get stressed, it's not happening from the last month or two. I think it has something to do with the meditations that we did for homeostatic meditations, because before I used to remember I would lift my left shoulder whenever I am stressed. I notice my body, my left shoulder would be slightly up towards the
Okay.
ear, tighten. And so I would hold the tension there without knowing, my body would stiffen up on the left shoulder, and then I would
Okay.
relax. And then when I think or worry about something, it would go up again. But now it's not happening. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Did you get the kit for purchase?
No. But I'm planning to sign up for the Heart and Thousand Petal
Oh, good.
Lotus. So I don't know if I will get,
So
but
the other thing that I would maybe think about is Bacopa, the blend or
okay. Yeah.
the tincture Bacopa.
Yeah.
That might be helpful as well.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
You're
Greatly
so welcome. You're so welcome.
appreciate it. It's a lovely class. I really enjoyed
Oh,
it,
good.
even though I didn't have oils, but I just had some rosemary and others, and
Oh,
it's
good.
amazing
Yeah,
experience. I just
good.
prayed before the chakras, and then I invoked the God, and I went through the centers, and it was just a blissful experience. Thank
Oh,
you.
good. Very good.
I don't know if it worked, but I invoked the angels of prana oils. So just help me. I don't have an oil
Yeah.
blend. So if you want to help me. So it was
All right.
fun. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
So the person who was asking about like which liver oil, they're asking, so is the vagal tone oil really good?
Vagal tone would be a good general thing. I would still do, because we're focusing on the liver, the Greenland moss, the the goldenrod or the guava leaf. Yeah. I mean, we do have the liver vagal tone. It's for a class in June, but if you want it, email and we can make that available, and it's a combination of those.
What is in the ENS equilibrium?
ENS is patchouli, celoton, kunzia, Himalayan cedar, and hyssop.
Here, making sure I got your guys' questions and shares here. I mean, that was it for those shares for that process. Those
Okay.
questions, yeah.
Is there other questions or?
I mean, there might be some non-class related, but
Yeah, it's the end of the day. We could start doing those if you want.
are you sure you don't want to do another process?
Yeah, we have 15 minutes or so.
Something quick, I don't know.
Yeah, we could try to squeeze in another process.
Just a cleanup one. I don't know if there is such a thing.
Yeah.
In 5 minutes, can we do what we did this whole weekend?
Mm. Come on, we try something out of. Well, how about if you do have, like in the kit for purchase, you have vagal tone. If you want to look at single oils, I mean, it's not something that got listed, but benzoin, if you have it, spikenard, vetiver, maybe marjoram. Out of those, let's see, like whoever's here, let's just see, and we'll just do a little soothing thing. Okay, so let's have you do the perineum, which is the floor of the pelvis. So between the sex organs and the anus, like down at the floor of the pelvis. Your awareness is there as you inhale. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, we're going from the perineum to the spine, the whole spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go to your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Okay, let the inhalation go for a moment. Now, where do you feel it in your body? Feel something in your body. Observe it, wherever it might be. You're observing your body and begin inhaling the oil. And then just pause and be still. We're just pausing and being still. So that was just a quick little soothing thing. Let's see how that treated you. Um, you know, anybody have any questions that arose while we did that?
That was really nice and soothing.
Yeah, it's super soothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Calms the body down.
Yeah, I have this thing on my throat. I don't think it's actually a throat thing, but it was
Right. Yeah.
happening,
Yeah.
after the last
Yeah.
process. And I'm like, made it a little.
Yeah. A little easier.
Yeah.
Right.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
We do have a non-class related question that came in.
Sure.
What can we do about phantom pain of amputation?
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes that happens like when an organ's been like, the gallbladder or something, there can be phantom pain there. But when we're talking about like part of a limb or a limb, um, you know, for one, I would say the use of arnica, um, not so much on, like say if they amputated the arm, you wouldn't necessarily put it like there. I would do like a body tonic of just the tincture, maybe with a little of the essential oil. Not necessarily arnica complex. That would just be straight arnica. Homeopathic arnica will not work for this. No one even touch it. But part of what arnica does by itself, when it's in like a body tonic or the essential oil applied to the body, is it calms down that current of emotion. So it reduces pain and it calms down the current of emotion. The other thing you could do is use like some sort of spray. I would probably use charcoal root cleanser in a spray and spray like with where the amputated limb would be, because even though the physical part is not there anymore, the energetics of it is still there. And they've validated this in what is that? Kirlian photography? Is that what it's called?
Oh,
Yeah, whatever that photography is. It's been so long. That K photography. Um, and they would cut a piece off a leaf, but then when they take a picture of it, energetically, that part of the leaf still shows up in the energy imprint. And so there can still be blockages in the energy body, even though the physical body is not there. And I've actually treated people where the leg or the arm was amputated, and we treated still the body. Um, Chamomills will also work, especially Roman chamomile and Cape chamomile. German chamomile somewhat, but it's usually more Roman or Cape. And then arnica is by far the best. And then either spray that limb or back in the day, I would do healing on it. And that would usually resolve some of the pain, the phantom pain. Yeah.
can guava leaf help with diarrhea?
Let me look up. I want to say no, but let me look it up. I would say probably not. Yeah. I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt, but I don't know that it would help. Yeah, cinnamon is really good for diarrhea. Ginger can be. You wouldn't think about it, but geranium actually could be. It would all have to be internal. Yeah.
All these new things with geranium I never knew.
I know. Yeah.
If this quick practice brought up some lower emotions in heart area, do I continue to breathe with awareness?
Yeah, I would like breathe into the emotion, like observe the emotion and just wait for it to shift or pass. You know, it's probably breaking loose a little bit of a trauma loop or some sort of loop in the body, in the nervous system. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we did do like look in another area for notes, and guava leaf does have an impact on diarrhea somewhat. You know, cinnamon would still be my first choice, but and some of my other notes, it is used for that. I haven't used it for that for very much. Cinnamon much more, but you know, and some of my other notes I do have it for diarrhea.
Oh, and just as a reminder, guys, join us tomorrow for the Tuesday Q&A.
Mhm.
It's actually gonna be Monday Q&A,
Right,
obviously.
right.
So Monday Q&A and Monday ARC programming.
Journey.
So
Yeah.
ARC journey, sorry.
Yeah.
So I will be getting you guys those links. So tonight after this, I'll get everybody the link for Monday Q&A and the ARC programming.
Mhm.
And then tomorrow I'll send the link for the ARC programming to everybody instead of Tuesday. So we'll do that.
Yeah, so we're just doing a day early because we're going to be setting off on bouncing around to a couple places before we get to Stara. So
But great weekend. Glad you guys could join us.
yeah, thanks for a great weekend, you guys. Hope you enjoyed.